Hi everyone! Waiting for the hold on thing to get connected. Still having a few technical issues, so if I happen to freeze, you know why. Hi Q, welcome to stream. Let me go ahead and start the 5-minute timer here. Then pull up YouTube since it still doesn't like to delay its chat a little bit, but welcome to stream. Hi Jafar, or sorry, Giraffe, right? Hello, welcome. Welcome. This week's been a surprise. It's been great though. You're fine? I am, wow. I'm a little blown away. I was sick the past few days, so I wasn't able to do much, but I'm here and it's good. It's gonna be fun. This stream is, oh boy, I'm not sure I'm ready, as Fabric's like the one thing that I have a big problem with, and on the chance that we would do a new profile picture, I kind of wanted to try to tweak my skills a little bit before then, since fabric and hair are like, oh, I am dying. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. What can I do? Let me try something. Let me see if what can I do? But yeah, fabric and hair are probably my two biggest problems. So I wanted to see if I could make them better. Hi, DCat. Welcome. Yeah. How about you? How about all of you? What are your pains? Yeah, it's overall just hair. Hair's a pain. Everything is. YouTube chat should appear soon once the bot's connected. But until then, I've got it right here, so we're all good to go. Have any of you played any fun games this week? I had the chance to play Rhythm Doctor. It's a wonderful pixel art game it's a wonderful rhythm pixel art game. It is stressful, but it's fun. And since I want to try to learn how pixel art works and everything, especially with rhythm games, it was a nice pickup. I'm surprised that a lot of people talk about it, but it's a fun game and it's an experience. Yo, hair ain't fair. I agree. Hair just ain't fair. 100%. But you know what? After we do clothing, we'll do hair, and then I also want to touch on machines since it was suggested to do machines. Machines sound fun. I'm not a very sci-fi person, but I thought, you know what? Yeah, machines are very important. What if I want to do a computer, for example? That sort of thing. So yeah, we'll definitely get to it. And hair, clothing, machines, that's what's on the list. Next week, well, it'll depend, but while we're waiting, I can go ahead and show you, if I can remember which slide it's on. Go here, then go here, and where are we at? Here, and here. There we go. Oh, my timer! Oh boy, hold on. Let me go grab that. We had like 2 minutes left. There we go. Put that there. And we got a minute left since I've chatted a bit. Like that. There we go. Okay. So as I was saying, I posted the other day for a celebration what we should do tomorrow. And since you people are here on stream, and I don't believe any of you have suggested what you wanted to do, you can say now just to make sure I tally all the marks. So you can either A, do another profile picture since that's what we did for 200. Or B, we can do Undertale, play some Undertale. I thought that'd be fun, and practice some voice acting. Now it was suggested to do voice acting with people in Discord, which sounds like a lot of fun, but I still need to figure out how that works. So it would just be me playing Undertale and doing some fun voice acting. Undertale? Okay, I'll write that down. Yeah, and it'll either be Undertale or Deltarune, depending on the pick. But I'll write that down. Oh wait, hold on a second. I think you already voted, DCat. Right, yeah, there you are right there. Hold on. But that's the time. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Undertale sounds awesome. Okay. Well, that's a vote I can count. And saying all of this, that means I'm wondering why the thing's still not showing up, but that's okay. That means we will be doing Undertale tomorrow, as it is 2 votes to 1.5-ish votes for A, and the rest are for B. ears.
1, 2, 3, 4. You don't need.
There we go. Okay. Now swapping over to the screen. This one right here to give us a heads up on what we're going to be doing today. Good old stream plans. Now, it's still not showing up on screen. But that is okay. I still have it tucked in here so I can see it. Let me just make sure everything's good to go. And with that, all right, we're gonna do, today's a little bit different. It's different. We're gonna do 2 pixel art of the days. That's why it's pixel arts. We'll briefly go over resources. Then we're gonna try to figure out fabric. Then we're gonna create. Now, since this is a topic that I have very little knowledge on, it's gonna be a learning process. So we'll try to go bit by bit, start small, work our way up. And with that said, let's take a look at our pixel arts of the day. So let me close this and we'll go into good old concept. And here we are. Let me go ahead and put on my glove, turn on my tablet, sip on some coffee. We'll get started. Okay, so pixel art of the day, for those who don't know, is where I like to take 5 minutes to just look at some pixel art that I either find on Pinterest or on Twitter. Look at some artists who have a better knowledge on a certain topic, so I choose something that's related to it. So for example, I might choose a pixel art that has lots of really cool hair details for a topic on hair, or I'll choose something related to machinery for a topic on machines. So since this is clothing, we're gonna try to pay attention to how clothing is used in these pixel arts. And with that said, let me go ahead and make sure my timer's all good to go. There we go. Previously, I said large pixel art, you have to find a balance between, and I think I retract that statement. I think pixel art can be as large or as small as you want it to be. And I've been seeing a lot of just big pixel art, and yeah, it was a thing. I was thinking of it from a game design aspect, but pixel art definitely can be whatever you want it to be, and I think that's another reason why pixel art's so nice. Okay, so with that said, we have our timer. I like to try to, well, these are here to make sure we, oops, not highlighting, there we go. These are here to make sure we figure out what we're doing, stay on topic, and give some ideas on how to suggest what we should look at. For example, with Silhouette, let me make sure I zoom in here. She kind of has an overhanging, what would you call it? The sleeve feel, where it's just a floppy sleeve. This character is also shown here, and you can see it as well in her posing. So why I have this, at least specifically, was to have a small character show off, big character show off. I don't know if this character is that character, but this character in particular, I wanted to look at the shading. And saying that, let me make sure it's the right pen. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, doesn't it? I really like it. It's made by Hiroshi. Hope I'm saying that right. Hiroshi Pixel. So you have here, and that was one of the things I've always, that was one of the things I've always struggled with, was shadows and shading. You can kind of see here how they're swooping their shadows. Not too detailed, but it's still detailed. And I do like that. I think the colors match as well. So if we go back down here, you can kind of see there's a lot less detail because it's smaller. We go down here as well, you can see, what is this? I think this is 3 pixels. So when it's really small, it goes back to that thing of smaller equals less detail. I'll write that down here. Smaller equal less detail. And I think T-A-I-L. I think that's something I've had to realize the more I've been doing this. And one of the reasons why I think pixel art of the days have been so helpful, as I kind of go too focused on the details when I really don't. As if you can squint and it looks like it's good. Let's see, what else can we look at? This one here is a little bit bigger than the other one. But again, they're using the triangle shapes, and that's something I noticed as well. You can even see here, they don't even connect everything. It's that thing of, you can just imply without having to connect. Even here, there's no connecting pixel here. They can kind of skip dots while still holding that look of everything being connected. So we can put down here, Lines don't have to be connected to look great. Lines don't need to connect. ECT. A fact we'll probably use once we actually get into everything, as I think that'll be really important. I think the more detail you use, it can kind of clutter everything up. So using less can also help. Even here you can kind of see there's a lot of triangles everywhere, right? Do you see them? Now we're focusing on clothing, but I just want to show there's a triangle. Oh, hold on. There's a triangle here, here, here. See, there's one here, there. This one's also a triangle. Even in the hair, you have triangles, triangle, triangle. Right, there's a lot of just shapes to, I mean, that wouldn't be a triangle. There's a lot of shape language that helps to add to the overall feel, and I think that's really handy. It's just, you don't have to think about it too much. And I think, again, I usually tend to overcomplicate things, so I think definitely remembering, don't complicate. I'll even write that on here. Don't. Let me make it smaller. Like that big. Don't complicate. I think that's very handy. Complicate. Like that. Don't complicate. I think that's very important to remember. And that's it. Okay, we have a little bit more. Let's see. Here, it's interesting. It's anti-aliasing on the sock, but that's it. The shoes aren't really that detailed at all. But you go back up here and let me go ahead and resole this, or better yet, let me drag this here, select it like this. Oh, never mind. Never mind also. Undo. Undo it all. YouTube's connectively. Okay, good. Oh, it won't let me select. There we go. Okay, what was I saying? I got off track. The timer's up, but let's do one more. Just one more look. And to do that, I want to see, are there any triangles in here? And there are. There's tons of triangles. You have a triangle here, here, kind of here, you could say, here. There's a lot of triangles, and I have definitely seen that where there's a lot of triangles in clothing, even when you're not using pixel art. So that was the thing of, how can we translate tips and tricks from regular digital art into pixel art was one of my wonderings. But with this artist out of the way, Hiroshi, let me go ahead and restart our timer. One more, as these styles are different, and I bring you, I hope I don't measure this, Evasale, I think? Evasale? And already you can tell how different the art style is. This one's a lot smaller. I even think this one's smaller than these. These are really big pixel art. These are really big. Yeah, that sounds right. These are really big. But again, it's a thing of how are they using shapes? How are they using design and color? You can see here, let's see, what can we find? There's kind of triangles in here. They have a lot more real estate because they're using more. It's a bigger canvas, right? Let's see. They look so nice. They do. I really liked them. It's always nice to go around and see what I can find. There's a lot of sharp angles, I will say, on this one. Just tons of just sharp edges. And I guess you could kind of call that triangles, maybe not. Let's see. This one, though, this one's different. We have some loops. Some just swirls to indicate folds in the clothing. I think what's also important to know is to zoom out, as you're probably not going to be looking at the pixel art like this. You're probably going to see it from a distance like here. And when you're looking at it from here, you don't really notice all the small, you don't really notice all of the smaller parts, and it kind of blends in together. Let's see, Go back in here. Again, we have this triangle feel, and I feel like that's going to be really important. We have a triangle there, we have a loop here. We have very spiky here. And I think that's to show off the way the clothing's working. And I think another point is to notice how they're using color and lighting to show off the fabric. For example, this part's in light, this part's in dark. And for the shadow here, it's not this dark shadow here. As in, for this side, they're using black. But for here, it's a darker red. Only this part is black compared to all of this. It's a very what would you say? Maybe a dynamic or a very stark difference compared to everything else. Even here, her hair is blue. Her hair turns black to show off really hard shadow. Going to this one, we have more sharp angles with the triangles. A lot more than the other artist, which is interesting. I think it comes down to style as well. But it's just a lot of sharp angles while also still being about lighting. Maybe that's the best way to say it. For example, when I try to think about doing clothing in pixel art, it's this thing of, all right, now I have to have a lot of ruffles, edges, curves, smooths, all of it. When really, this is 2 colors. It's only 2 colors, if not including this black part here. But it's 2 colors for this sleeve. It's 3 colors for this part. And this is just to show off a really dark outline. Once again, I know I say it always, but keep it simple. That's something I really do need to drill into my head. Keep it simple. Despite how big this artwork is, it still uses a very low amount of colors, which is interesting. Even up here for the hair, it uses 1 color here, 1 color here, this light color, this dark color for this area. Even down here, 1 color again, 2 color for this dark area, 3 color for this black. Here, we have a little bit more detail here. It seems to be 1 color for the lighting, 2 color for this darker color, and 3 color? I think that's 3 colors for here. And then 4 would be the black. And this red kind of looks like more of a highlight, but it would be 5. And that seems a lot less than what I might think of would I have pulled back. So I think using colors over and over again can definitely help. Even going back up here to Hiroshi, how many colors are they using? 1 color for the shading, 1 color for the background part, and then this is lines to show off it's a tracksuit. Again here, 1 color for shading, 1 color for clothing, and that's something we've got to keep in mind too. Really, either 2 or up to 5 depending. For these really small pixel art parts as well, keeping it simple is really important. Small, dark, and then lighting. Here, even there's a little bit of shading. The pants are in shadow here, but here it's not in shadow. And there's not even really any shadowy looks. There's this anti-aliasing bit, but not really any shadow. And here it's just 2 colors again. It really seems like the key to good clothing is 2 colors, sometimes maybe 5 colors depending on how big it is. I think they can do a lot more just because it's a little bit bigger. It's nice and handy. Oh, I died again. I keep dying, oh boy. Okay, I think I'm good now. Overall, yeah. I think that's important. I think we'll probably have to come back to the scene to look at it some more, as this is nice and handy. I always enjoy looking at it as well because this isn't specifically for games. So it kind of offers a different perspective compared to when people are looking for 16 by 16 or 8 by 8 or 32 by 32. But with that said, we can go ahead and go on to resources really quickly. So if I go back into the screen, where are we at? Screen. Hi, Yeezy. Welcome back. So we can go ahead and go into the screen. Look at all of you there. You can either do, and I'll go ahead and do this as well to make things a little bit simpler. Here, either under YouTube or even if you're in Twitch, so you'll do this. You'll find the study documents. You can click on those, and don't know why that's there, but you can click on those and it'll bring you to this document. I always try to have, and that's starting soon still there. I always try to have a way to show off what I'm looking at and what I'm searching for, when I'm looking up and researching everything. Here for articles and websites, all of it's free except for where I have it priced. For example, here I found a section for fabric and cloth by, let me make sure I'm saying it right, Pedro, where he has just this brief introduction to animating cloth or showing off how fabric works, and I thought that was handy, so that's up here. But if you click on, for example, this, or let's say even this, it brings you to a whole list. So I just looked through here for things that related to fabric. That's it for those. The Sprite resource, I can't talk about this one enough. You can find Sprite's resources from Pixelart games that people have looked at. Tons of games on here. And I have games, yeah, it's really cool, I agree. You have games like Stardew Valley, Eastward, all of these are Pixelart games, so you can kind of look at them. You can click on them and also download the sprites of the game right here. And then you can pull them into your art program of choice to really get a look at them. As we were seeing with the pixel art of the day, we really couldn't get a good look at them. But if you do this and download it from here, you can get a look at them as you'll be able to go into the raw details. And then down here, itch.io. It is, if you're a game dev, you're probably familiar with it. It's a place you can get play games and also get game assets on. Some of them are free, some of them are not. I have down here free ones that I found. For example, let's click on this one. What do we get? We have this character, and you can download this character, pixel art character, and it has animations and everything, so you can look through the animations to see how they animate the character, hopefully get some inspiration and learn how to do it. And it appears my exclamation point docs didn't work. That's okay. That is all nice and dandy. Let me just double check. No, I typed it. I'll just delete that after stream. That is that for the resources. And now that we are all done with that, let me show you my struggles. So if I go in here to our playlist, I could not find many pixel art tutorials on clothing or characters, so this was hard. Some of these aren't even pixel art, but they are tips for clothing I thought would be handy. Now, anything I could find about clothing I put on here. Some of these aren't as helpful. I'd say the most helpful would probably be these two, truthfully. Now, this isn't even actual pixel art. Let me turn this down. This isn't even actual pixel art. It's a rendering of my full screen. Oh, that's cool. It's a rendering of a 3D model, but made to look like pixel art. However, I think it's a good example of what fabric looks like when you're moving it. And I think this will be helpful so we can see how fabric works in real time in a pixel art-y feel. You can kind of see, and let me slow this down as well. Just kind of staring at it. Sitting here staring at it and looking at it move, I think helps. You can kind of see this is the light part. This is the part that's shown up towards the shadow. This part is not shadow, light, sunlight. The light is coming from above, I think. And then it shows off how it's shining at the top, but when it goes back down, it's not. So these are pulling up towards the light, and I think that's going to be really helpful. So we have that, and truly that's about it. Here are just some basic, that looks so hard to animate. Yeah, the thing is it's not pixel art. Oh, I died again. Oh boy. Well, oh, I'm back, okay. The thing is it's not pixel art, it's 3D animation that they made look like pixel art. So it helps a little bit. They didn't have to draw every pixel bit by bit, thankfully. So if we go back into Aseprite, here we are on the screen, it's blank. Here, what I was talking about with the sprite resource, I downloaded some sprites from Pokemon games. This one is Pokemon Black and White 2. And again, you can just kind of zoom in, and now you can get the really raw details of how the character looks with their clothing and everything. So I thought this will be handy to show off. Even here, you kind of have a biker gang jacket. So if you're wondering how to draw a certain type of clothing, looking at these can help so you can get some ideas of how they were shaded. And here we have another Pokemon game. Here's one from Stardew Valley. A very small sprite for a character. He has a dress here. Here we have a more so jersey or jacket. And I think it's so interesting how the smaller you go, the less details you have to add. But when you zoom out and look at the character, it looks right. And here we have dark clothing. Now I'm not sure. It looks like she's wearing a sweater, if I had to guess. I'm gonna draw attention to this, what is it called? A scarf. I wanted to look at this scarf as I think it's interesting how that small detail, when zoomed out, scarf. So that said, let me take us back to concepts as, again, a bit on our plate. We're gonna try something a little different. So back in here in concepts, I have some clothing. Lots of clothing. Some clothing that's a little bit more difficult than others, but clothing. Oh, hi, Kazura. Oh, hold on. Kazuhara. There you go. You need a copy of my whole drives for these? of the sprites, or which part? I just go and I kind of say things as I go. So these are well, not characters, these are people. These are people I found on either Pinterest or just Google clothing. So I want to try to spend today and let me hide this timer. I want to try to spend today trying to draw this clothing, not focusing on the people specifically, but focusing on the crinkles and the folds of the clothes. And the goal, or my hope at least, is that we can do 2 or 3 different versions. A version where we do a very small character sprite of the clothing, and one where it's a little bit bigger. That's the hope. Gotcha. Just Kazu. Welcome. Indeed. Yeah, so that's the goal. We're not gonna do big scale like this, but just to start out, again, as I have no idea how any of this works, I wanted to try to start out simple and work our way up. With that said, I'm thinking the first one we can try to tackle. It'd be hard to make, but you can believe you can make it. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's gonna be hard, but you need a little bit of challenge. Just a little bit of something. You have references from one of your favorite pixel artists? Which one of these 2? Found, was it Hiroshi yesterday? But I have been following this one. Hard. Yep, very hard, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, Toolshed. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. So with that said, I have it pulled up here. I'll show you. In my PRF, so I can have it on screen as I'm looking. And speaking of which, why don't I save this? If it'll let me save it. Window, mode, save. Oh, hold on. I need to export it. How do I export again? Window, canvas, image, mode, it was something. Yeah. Evasili. I think that's right. Export, there we go. Open, save, export. Selected images. Okay, export. And then what I can do is bring us back to Aseprite. Right? And then what I can do is go into my downloads. If I open up a new folder and drag this guy here so you can see him. And I'll drag him like here. And I'll bring chat here. Oh, that's a little hard to see. It stays there. Okay, this guy stays here. That should be handy. So you can also give a try at drawing him if you so choose to do so. Let me go ahead and make it a little bit smaller. We don't really need colors today. I'll go ahead and just do that color to start off, just something so the background's not as bright. And then, start off a new thing. And we can go ahead and just quickly draw out what his body looks like. I think that's the simplest way to start. We'll try doing, the question is, how big do we want to draw him? And I'm thinking, hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger. Zoom in a little bit, like that, and then bring this up so we're all good to go. Yep, okay. So I'm thinking we can either do 16 by 32, or we can do 30, well no. We'll do 2 of these and then maybe a little bit of a bigger one. So let's not do small to start out, let's do medium. So this one. And the sizing I'm thinking for at least this character-wise, is, and let me go ahead and save this color. You got an excuse to get back into Pixelart because of your randomized game dev team for uni course. Only has programmers, so you decided to flex. Good on you. Yeah, I mean, it's fun being able to go, you know what, I can do a lot. But congrats. It's always fun to be that guy on the project that you can go to and be reliable on. Has it been fun so far? Well, I'll just take this and then, go in here and also make this size, just so we can, wrong fill. There we go. And then we'll do one more bigger one, just to see about, I keep doing fill. There we go. And doing all of that. Maybe make the, well, let's see, how big are the pics? Yeah, you have a great team synergy, so you were blessed by the RNG gods. I'm glad. It's always fun when everyone can pull their, I died again. It's always fun when everyone can pull their weight. I want to see how big these, look at that. I wouldn't have even thought the characters were that big. Compared to everything else, they look pretty small, don't they? You drag it in here, they're about this size. I'm doing something right. Now, are they that wide or? I see. Okay. In that case, we'll move this guy over a little bit to this way. And then we'll go ahead and finish this off. Fill that in. Oops. And this will be our clothing sizes. I'll go ahead and put this in as background. And this will be sizes. Okay. So we can go back in here with our pixel. And now we can kind of try to figure out how to draw this guy. This part's just more so outlining, trying to figure it out. We don't really need much, as again, it's clothing day. But it'd be nice to get some good practice on just body in general. Right now I'm just trying to figure out head position and everything else. Just trying to draw everything. He's got a kind of shoulder here, maybe here. Got some legs and some shoes, so maybe I'll put some shoes in here, shoes in here. Got a pants here, so maybe I'll put some pants. Got like a body here, maybe. It's really, it only needs to be one color and we can kind of carve everything else off. Right now, just trying to figure out a good body posture for this guy to put the pants and everything on. Trying to think about the silhouette. I feel like recently silhouette's been a little bit easier to do. As other mets are pretty simple, but this is also pretty nice. Let's see, maybe legs like that. Do you have a rule for choosing the size of sprites, like 16 by 16, 32 by 32, and so on? Or do you go for what feels the best choice? I tend to go for what feels the best choice. If it is art, then I do feel, but if it's art related to a game, then I try to keep in mind the game itself. For example, here, well, what I try to do, at least what feels, is figure out what do I want to show off the most in the art. And depending on what I want to show off the most, I'll go that way. So if eyes are the biggest feature, how big do I need the eyes to be? If hands are the biggest feature, how big do the hands need to be to show off what I'm trying to do? That's what I usually try to go for. You might have a body like this. You might have arms that kind of go in here. Maybe even wrap around like this. And then this. And then probably... I'm also noticing which chat isn't working, unfortunately. Taking notes, yep. It's a thing of just trial and error, I think, helps. So I think that's a good outline of just the guy. And I'll go ahead and save it. So I'll just duplicate the layer, hide it, and then we can go ahead and try to figure out the clothing. So swap over to here, grab a shirt color. Let's go with blue. And now we need to figure out how to draw his shirt. So in saying that, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Zoom. Hands. And do one of these moves. You don't even need his head. Now been beheaded. There we go. And let me see if I restart this. Does this help with fixing Twitch chat not showing up? As that is a little odd. Going back in here into this thingy and then go into here. Okay, I think it'll work now. Alright, so now we have our figure. Let's try adding his actual body. And let me go ahead and pull. Oh, there we go. Reference up so I can see it on my screen. Zoom, enhance. Well, he has some folds, he has some of a lot of everything. But we gotta just try to slowly parse it. As again, because it's so small, we don't need too much. Let's see. We have that neck collar. Maybe what we can do is have something like that to show off it's like a V-neck. He has short shirt arms. Maybe they kind of come around like that to show the round. Like that, maybe. Maybe like that. And then they're kind of tucked in, so maybe he can get a shirt like that, maybe? Like that, maybe. And then he's got one in the back. So we can kind of show it off like this, like his arms kind of going backwards. Like that. Just trying to get out the blobby feel of his body first before I try to add more onto it. Like he's got an arm here, right, and a shoulder here. And then he has some pants. Maybe we can take a darker blue or some jeans. A little bit hard to see, so let's make them a little bit lighter. He has some pants, and I'll just draw out those pants. So like maybe we don't really need perspective on the pants, I think. I think this works fine. Something like this. For pants, at least. And then We can maybe, let's see, let me roll back up here. As you can kind of see, there's like a swerve on his shirt. Kind of looks like that. And then kind of falls back down. Maybe something like that, because his arms are kind of working a little bit. Like his hands in his pockets, at least. He might maybe come out like this, and then maybe comes in his hands in his pocket like that. So it's kind of hard to tell with the, what is it, the hands and pockets. Maybe like that can kind of work to show off hands and pockets. Let me zoom in a little bit on here. I think the colors are a little bit too similar. Maybe if I brighten this up a little bit, it'll make it a little bit easier to see what's going on. That feels a little bit better. Alright, and then we can kind of bring his arm maybe here, as again it's kind of in the back. You don't really need to see it. So maybe more so like this. Like that, and then maybe we can show off hands and pockets like that. Looks a little funny though. So maybe we can just do... It kind of looks like he's standing. We can do that, I think. And then maybe... like that. Or, hold on. Maybe... that'd be a little bit better. My head's way too big, I think. We can make it a little bit smaller. Something like that, maybe. A little bit... trying to make sure I don't focus too much on the body parts as the clothing, but you need body parts to go underneath the clothing, so it works a little bit. It's kind of leaning to one side, though. I can go ahead and just a little bit smaller, or oops, uncrop it so you can kind of see. Kind of leaning to the side a little bit more, so maybe we can do... drag these legs down a little bit. And then maybe something like that to show off he's kind of leaning to one side. Like that, maybe. And then you can grab his feet and shoes and bring his shoes. Now we need to see those again. So I'll make this smaller and uncrop it so we can get the shoes in. The shoes just seem to be up-downish shoes. So maybe something like that. That's one shoe, and then the other shoe might be a little bit more down, so maybe something more a little like that might be a little bit better. Maybe one shoe here. And then, well, that does look a little weird. Okay. With that said, let's go back into concepts and take a really good look at how this clothing works. And while that's transitioning, coffee time. Not sure I'll like this flavor. Oh, vanilla cupcake. Don't know if I'm tasting vanilla or cupcake. Okay, so we'll go ahead and oops, grab this guy here, copy it, and new layer, paste them, or it should work with a paste. If I erase this and select again, I should be able to grab them. Click copy, paste. There we go. Make him a little bit bigger, just so we can draw on him a little bit better. And then let's get this out here. So the overall shape is t-shirt. You kind of have the, let me make this also bigger as well. You kind of have the side, it's kind of leaning. Again, this side is kind of smaller than the other one. What I'm really interested in seeing how to do is this holding the clothes part. And the thing is, it's like, all right, so first when you squint, what can you see? What can you tell? I think the first thing I might point out is that, oops, where's the light coming from? Where is the light source at? I think it's coming from maybe overhead. You can kind of see here, if it'll let me draw. This is shadow. This is all shadow. The back part, so it really looks like he's kind of leaning in the back, so to speak. And then up here, this was the really tricky part, is the clothing. I've been looking, and it seems to be, since this is a flat part here, things kind of go down. They were talking about stress points. And just so we're on the same page, I'll show you it, since it's a short. It'll be very quick. We'll go back into private browser here. And I believe it was this one. Let's see. Oh, it's so slow. Select speed here. me make sure. Yep, it's this one. Okay, anchor points. That's what they were called. I'll turn this up.
Things. Anything folds is drawing random small wrinkles.
And
Folds
do
are
this.
created because of two things: anchor points and a force.
I call them
The
stress
anchor
points.
point would be the area that the fabric is resting on. In the case of
Little
the body, that could be the
shoulders.
shoulders, chest, hips, etc. A force
Okay.
then acts upon the fabric and stretches it in the direction.
We have to
of
think
the
about
force.
gravity.
In case of gravity, that would be
Yeah.
If the chest bulges
Gravity,
out, for example, it's going to be
pull,
pulling the fabric
pull,
from the shoulders,
push,
creating
pull.
diagonal folds. To fix the mistake, think about which areas
Okay.
of the body are in contact with the clothing first. Then
Hmm.
think about what direction the fabric is being pulled in, and now you can draw the folds.
Okay, I feel more informed now. Let me turn back on the music. So if we go back to concepts, stress points, hold points. I think what he was talking about here, where it's directly pressed against the body, the shoulders. This is probably the only spot where it's pressed against the body. So because of that, everything's being pulled down. Maybe the best way. It's getting pulled here, and let me get something a little bit different. You have kind of pulls coming down everywhere. It kind of looks very baggy. Is this the best way to describe it? It looks very baggy, like there's a lot of loose fabric here, I think. And then here, it's interesting, it goes down, but then it kind of, I guess maybe because of his hips? His hips are down here! So his stomach. It presses against his stomach and kind of wraps around because of how baggy it is. Let's see if we can figure out a way to draw that. Let me pull this back up, like so. He's right. Okay. With that, we don't want to draw too much as it is the smallest version. We just need to think, what's the smallest way we can design it? So let me make it a little bit bigger. Up a little bit more. Oh, a little bit more, like that. Okay. So I'm looking at that and looking at the points we were looking at. Looking at everything. We can go ahead and maybe take... See? It'll be hard with the sprite size. Yep! So the goal is to do lightly. We're not doing too detailed. It's gonna be important when we go on to bigger sizes, but this sprite size, yep. I agree. We can go ahead and just choose a darker color, like maybe here and here for the shadow, maybe a little bit lighter. Yeah, and now we just need to shade. Well, in saying that, we can go back to that back part with the shoulder. So maybe here because his head was over, and then here because the sleeves in the back. Maybe something like that. And then he also had the dark parts kind of coming here. We just want to show off that one part of his body's behind, the other part's forward. That's the goal. Gonna get rid of that hand. What else? We can maybe add in a part here. Maybe push that off, but I think that helps a little bit. Because it's so small, we don't need much, right? And maybe, I thought I started on the bigger one, but we might have to come back to the smaller one. Because it's kind of a little bit easier to tell, depending on the size. And I think it's important to look at here again, as you can kind of see, this is a dress. Let's look at here. With the sports jersey, there's not a lot of detail, right? It's just a simple sweater. This does look nice indeed. I agree, it does. And this is the same size our character is at the moment. So it's doable, plausible. 3 pixels makes a difference, yep. I agree. So it's a thing of, okay. This, it looks like his arm's out. It looks like he's tilting to the side, and he is. Its head's tilting to the side. Let's add to that just to make it look a little bit better, maybe to help show off the sizing. So maybe like that. Maybe a little bit like that. Maybe a little bit like that. Round it out. To help it look like a head's going that way. It looks like his head's going down. I think that helps. Maybe like that. Kind of really looks like his head's going down. But I think overall, maybe that's all we need. We can maybe add a line here. That's a very harsh line, so maybe we can make it brighter. Again, we go back to that 2-color thing. We don't want to do too many colors. And I'm curious to see the characters that we looked at in concepts. For the really small sprites, you can see there's not a lot of shading, right? Kind of just lines. So in that case, you can keep that in mind. Not detailed. Doesn't need to be too detailed. We'll probably have to find a stick to keep whacking it into my mind so I can remember. Wrong screen. Okay. Go back to here. Let's do the shorts. And go back down here. Go up a little bit. Go up here. About that. And then I'll do the same on my thing, just so I can see. Back to the pants. We can make them a little bit darker now. Like, this dark. Maybe a little bit more of a harsher blue. Like that, yeah. But less saturated. Now for here, I think we can do maybe a dark part for the outline, right? Let's go back into concepts and take a look at those contact points again. So looking at that, we can see maybe where is everything pressed against. I'd say maybe his inner thighs getting pressed. And then this is kind of wrapping around, right? That's kind of wrapping around. Looks like a lot of loose folds. Here is highlight because it's light, here is dark, and you can kind of even see, if you really squint, that triangle again. I'll zoom in a little bit. It's not the best high definition, but it works. So it's a kind of thing of keeping in mind the shading, and keeping in mind the direction it's facing. I think is the most important part. And I think because it's so small, maybe we can do some anti-aliasing to help round things out a little bit. We'll see. So I'll go back to his pants and do a darker color. Dark makes a dark color. You can kind of see it, but I'll make it a little bit darker. And then here, the inside of his pants was dark, so we can kind of maybe do one of these. I'm wondering, if we do like this, kind of looks like his leg's still standing out, but not much. Maybe if we carve out this part, bring this up, as you can kind of see his knees up a little bit. He's got a wiggly leg. Oh man. Maybe what you can do, I'm thinking, is the leg kind of comes and moves here. Well, something like that. And then it moves back in. So that doesn't work, it seems. Let's keep it as it was. It was good. It was fine. He has these shoes, so we can go ahead and just add these shoes. Just some white shoes. Like that. And then kind of like a gold part on the shoe, so maybe we can go ahead and do something golden and warm like this. So just add a part of the shoe you can see. Maybe even this part here to show off the side of the shoe. We don't even need the laces or the strings, just the look of a shoe. And then back up here, or back down here, we have, I don't even think we can highlight any of that part of the jeans. Maybe we can just do a line down here to show that the pants are coming down from it. Maybe we can do that inside that we had. And maybe here to show what's in the back. Maybe we can even do like this, maybe some dark lights to show off that this part of the body's in the back. And if that's the case, we can do, we can do this color and then take this color, maybe make it darker. To show off, hey, this part's in light and this part's in dark. To help sell it a little bit. Make his body more gray, or never mind. We'll just do this red. And then darker. Show off that. And then on his face, a little bit of shading to help. Go back to here. Back up here and here. Yeah, you can kind of see how that light's coming from the left and the rest of his face is really in the dark. So maybe we can just do this and this. Look at that. And pull it, maybe even one of these and move it up a little bit. Like that. And I think that works. And saying that, let's see. Anything else? Is there any other small detail we can add to this very small pixel art? And I don't think so. kind of small, but when you zoom out, it definitely does look like a shirt. That's the important part here. I think maybe it looks too round. When I'm looking at it, when I'm zooming out, it kind of looks like a very round shirt. So maybe, how can we fix that? Maybe something more so like that. Does that look a little bit better? I think it kind of helps a little bit in showing off that it's not round, kind of just separating it in half. Maybe we can kind of break that up with this part here, kind of showing off towards the light. Well, it's so interesting how just tiny changes really change a lot. I'll go ahead and copy this guy and paste him, just so you can see. And then we'll go ahead and play around this a little bit more, see if we can tweak it to be a little bit better. Maybe that can go there, and then have that shade up there. But then again, his rest of his body comes in like that. So maybe something more akin to that might be a little bit more helpful. Mayhaps. Possibly. It shows off that it is from under the shoulder, I'm thinking. But this kind of needs to be rounded out, so that's what I'm thinking for this light. But maybe we can go halfway to help it not look as harsh. And then there's some coloring here. Down here at least. So maybe we can take this color and use some of that to help it not look as harsh, I think. That's the best way to describe it. Trying to round things out with anti-aliasing to not make it look so dark and light. So I add the shoulder, not add the shoulder, add the sleeves, and I think that helps. Even kind of here, it adds the light part. So maybe we can go a little bit darker down here. Do that. Kind of help. Maybe even adding a taller neck might help. Or not that much, but a neck. Well, I think it was fine with what we had. I think this works. So this compared to that, what do you think? Oh, I froze again. I'm gonna get that figured out by tomorrow. But left versus right, what are you feeling? I definitely think right looks a lot better. Just the shape overall kind of helps a little bit. I'm curious to see if we add maybe something here, as that is a little bit of dark depth part of them. So maybe what we can do is add a little thing like here. Not really feeling it. I don't know if we can. It might just not be something we can accomplish. Maybe something like that. Nah, I don't think so. I think it was more so maybe better off like this. Maybe what we can do, write more, but you think the head shading is off, can't put your finger on it though? Maybe. It's interesting you like that one more though. It is interesting. What do you think makes a difference? Do you think it's the shading of the shirt, or do you think it's just the head shading itself that feels off? Maybe like that. Here, maybe if I do this. Is that a little bit better? I'm gonna grab that guy, delete it. Oh, said delete it. Paste and bring this over. That'd help a little bit. I definitely think there's always many solutions to a problem. So if one way looks a little bit better, then question of why does it look a little bit better? I'm trying to do a sort of carving out to make it look like the side of a face. Does it kind of look like a nose now that I've added the lines a little bit? But I like these two guys. I like this one, but I also like this one as I feel like it helps a little bit more in the shirt. With that said, let me copy, or not even copy, just put them beside each other. And go back to our size layer. Copy this, paste it. Even extend these guys out, as probably need them. So move these guys over, just so we can have a left and a right. It looked a little bit like hair before. Ah, I see. Gaia. Yeah, maybe, well, you said it looks better now, yeah. It's probably the head shape. I think the head was a little misshapen. Oh. We're not adding hair this time around, as hair would be a whole thing in itself. We were just kind of doing a silhouette of a person. So now that we have a bigger canvas, let's give this another go. A little bit bigger this time. I can go back to making this bigger, and yeah, for some reason, it's just not showing up. Let me slide this guy down, make him a little smaller, like so, just so we can see the body, like that. I think would be a little bit easier. Let me try and see I delete this, and then maybe if I do this, I'll be in clear, then do this, paste, okay. Does that help? Words. Almost ending. Okay. We'll get that figured out soon enough, as that is a little concerning. Okay, well, next on to this guy now. Let's give it a go. Again, just the body shape, the body sizing. Let me go ahead and zoom out on my screen. The head here. Oops, wrong glare. I'm glad that was checked. Oop. Go back up also. There we go. We can go ahead and see about body shape, body size. Maybe he has a head here. A little bit smaller now. And has a head here. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe has that shirt then. Like here. Like that maybe. And I got another shirt. Or not another shirt, but that other sleeve in the background. Body kind of go like that. Kind of goes like that. A little bit. Then we can move them up a little bit. Make those legs. Kind of have one leg kind of coming out here. So maybe something like that. One leg there. You've got another part here. The feet. So there's probably a shoe here. And then another foot here. And then we have the legs going straight down here. Or more so like that. Kind of feels a little too long right now. Then we have one hand kind of coming in here. Another one kind of coming in here. Maybe something more so like this. Semi, yes, and kinda sorta. It definitely needs a little bit more etching, but I think that's a overall good, just general feel. And let me go ahead and paste it here. We'll call this sketch, just so we can keep track of everything. You can kind of see back here. We had our, what would this be? This is our 16x32. And this is our 48x32. Okay. So we can go ahead now and try to modify a little bit by bit. Let's start off with the shirt again, just taking the same colors and seeing if we can rough out something. So maybe more so like this, now that we have a little bit more real estate. Kind of taking the... And also I just realized I did not do an outline, which shouldn't be too tricky. I think I can just grab this guy and do a darker color. And then if I do edit, X, outline, and do normal outline, probably that, or no, like that, and then so small, wow. I feel like they made a big difference in it, just shrinking everything. That is crazy. I feel like that made it better, if anything, kind of. It looks more like a head, right? Big, small, big, small. Cancel that. Okay, let me duplicate this, just to dye its setting. Exactly. Oh, that's great. Duplicate this, make the outline, dye its setting. Do this setting. Oh, I thought I did it. What happened? File, edit, FX, outline. Make sure it's this one. Set it to OK. There we go. And just quickly add that, as I think that's helpful. Outline definitely, I think, changes stuff a little bit. Let's do that before we move on. I think outlines definitely help. So we can make sure that's the dark part. This is the part of the skin, so maybe we can make it brighter, like that. Add this here, so this is the light part. All of that gets light. And maybe... or this part doesn't need to be. Like that. And then... arm. And then... what else? We can go ahead and make this darker. Going back to the whole shaded lines bit. All this can be dark. And that's the dark part of the face. Like all of that. And then the shirt can be a certain color. We should be good to go. Probably should change it. Oops, not pixel perfect. Turn off continuous just so I can make it darker. Like that. And then this probably needs to be a little bit more saturated. Now it doesn't fit right, does it? Lighter, warmer. Maybe like that. Well, I feel like the outline doesn't really work here, does it? If I do this, I feel like it changes. Makes it a little bit better. What did we have before? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I feel like the outline kind of makes it bigger than it needs to be. That's why the diet setting kind of felt a little bit better. So for now, close that, and I think duplicate it again. And then go back to FX. Oops. Edit. FX. Outline. Make the... oh, it looks nice, thank you. Which one? The one I just deleted? Or the other one? Again, we'll do back the that. Inside. Yeah, I feel like this works better. I kind of already did it without an outline. So next one, we'll keep in mind the outline. I think that's important. Now we'll just keep it like this, and then outline. Back on that 48. We can go ahead and add that shirt. Let me pull up the shirt so I can see it. And then we have that shirt sleeve here, maybe. Like that. There's like a sleeve here. The right one looks more clean. Oh, thank you. I like both for different reasons. I think the right one is a little bit smoother. The other one kind of... oh, I died again. There we go. We're all good. Let's see. This one kind of goes in back. You can kind of see it's kind of like a cone shape. Let's kind of carve a cone here to the shirt. And then that kind of goes in and out a little bit. But it's definitely not in and out. Maybe more so like that. And then you have the shirt kind of maybe ends here. What's the end of... oops. End of that. Maybe something like that. And then we have the pants. We can go ahead and just do all of this as pants. And we have the shoes. We can go ahead and make sure this is shoe and this is shoe. And I definitely think it looks a lot better. And making sure we're doing outlines now. We can go ahead and add the outline, but first, let's see. Is there anything else? No, I think that's it. I think that's shirtish feeling, right? Let's go ahead and do an inward line. You can definitely do that. We'll just take this color for now and just make it really dark. And then if I do edit and then FX, outline, make sure it's inside. That is so weird. Diet setting. Outside, inside. I think that's a little better, but it looks off, definitely. Preview, non-preview. And it's just the smallest change can really make a difference, I feel like. So we can go ahead and maybe change it now that it's got a bit of an outline. I definitely think, I like outlines. I think it definitely helps add a bit of sense to it. So keeping that in mind, how can we morph this a little bit more to feel a little bit more in line, I think. Let's see. The shoe again. Just going back and forth with carving things and seeing if I can make everything feel a little cleaner. Depending on it. Sometimes I like to add the bottom of the shoe or bottom where the feet are touching. Depending on what it is. But I feel like we can go, nah, it doesn't need to touch. You have the shoe here. It kind of lifts up as well, but clarity and for my own sanity, we'll keep it touching the ground. Like maybe more so like this. Erase that. That there. maybe the leg can kind of come out a little bit, maybe more so like that, and then come in. That can kind of come around a smidge. It helps more like that. Kind of feels like his leg is a little lopsided, doesn't it? Maybe more so like here for his knee, there-ish. And then it can kind of come down from here. From there to like here, I think would help it feeling a little bit more like a leg. Maybe more so like that. And then, oops, put that in there. Or maybe we should just keep a leg straight. I feel like that's, while it's easier, it's also, I feel like it reads clearer. The leg straight. One leg straight here, and then he kind of has the other leg. That leg! Let's tackle that. Let's see, you can go ahead and get rid of the bottom. The leg, or the foot kind of goes down a little bit, like maybe like that. We can kind of do that outline there. Then we have the leg outline. We can get rid of this one. And then maybe even all this here because of the way the pants are. And then I kind of think that works with how it is right now. Maybe even add a layer line to help it showing off it's getting stretched. Like that. And this kind of shows off it's getting stretched as well. We then have the rest of the arm. I'm thinking we can move it up a little bit, as there is definitely more space. So maybe more so like that, which means this part of the sleeve has to go up and out. What I mean, you don't have to be too proportional. Maybe that stays and this kind of moves. Maybe it can come down, as it was kind of down, but you can kind of see it's kind of up. We'll move it right back to where it was. Yeah, I think that's fine for now at least. We can go ahead and add all of that. Alright, zoom in a little bit more, but not too much. Just trying to make sure we get those details in. For example, maybe this can come up a little bit more with the shirt, and then this can come back a little bit more with this back part. Then we can kind of take the dark part and go in again and outline everything. Because it's inside, we can just highlight all of that in there. And then we can take an outline for the shirt. Maybe something like this, dark blue. To show off the actual lines of the shirt and the separation. So for example, this could be line to show off, hey, this is the bottom of the shirt. And then here it's like, this is the top part and it's kind of being divided. So maybe something more like that. And then this as well to show off it's being divided. We'll see. I am making things up as I go. This then would be more... Maybe we can put a space here. Carving out a solid piece of his body. welcome back, D-Cat. Let's see. Maybe something like that instead. I kind of feel a little bit better. Or maybe flip up like that. And then let's grab our shade. And try to shade a little bit. For example, we have that head part here that gets shaded. We have also that sleeve. All the sleeve gets shaded in the darkness. We have... I'm thinking maybe we don't need the outline, as I'm not really feeling it too much. Let's go ahead and just uncontinuous that and do that. I think that's a little bit better. I kind of like it a little bit more. All of this kind of gets in darkness. Let me swap colors here and maybe do something like that. Maybe now we can kind of add the other lines into a shirt, but kind of looks like a poncho, right? When I do that. Let's not do that. We don't need a poncho. Maybe we can add lines from here to the side to show off that separation. Even here, the arm. Maybe... It kind of depends, doesn't it? If we do here, that's a very straight line. I'm kind of looking up here to see... Oh, is that... How good is that, do you think? Well, this is what I'm questioning mentally. But let's see. Kind of think that works a little bit better. Maybe we can even erase some of this to help show off. It's kind of in the back, kind of going to the front. Like that. That looks a little off, doesn't it? Maybe if we slide it down one. Like that. but then we kind of need a little bit of forearm coming down. So maybe, yeah, this is good to show off the separation, I think. And then down here we need, well, we can try a triangle, how it was before. And I think we just have to do shapes. Just keeping in mind shaping. Like down here, maybe we can do a shape like this, like a triangle shape, right? For a thing. And then down here, he kind of also had a triangle shape. Not too much triangle-y, but still triangle-ish. I'm trying to keep in mind as I'm doing this. So maybe back it down all the way there. No, I do like this. I think this works. But up here, I think needs a little bit of help. Kind of needs to come out and back in. The question is how to show it. And I'm thinking maybe we need a highlight color. If we up this, make it warmer, maybe we can add a bit of highlight to the t-shirt though. It might make it too shiny, we'll see. We can take, maybe all of this can get highlighted. I don't want to do too many colors again, as we've already seen 2 colors seems to be the best when it comes to clothing. I'm trying to keep that in mind. Maybe here we can do a line like that. Again, we don't have to do all the detail, just some to help establish what's going on and say, hey, look at this, this is what's happening. I'm just trying to see if I can do that. Maybe something like that. Not a big fan of this line here, but I think there should be something here. That's the issue I'm running into. Definitely think maybe we can add another line there, perhaps like this. Kind of adds a little bit of a flare to his sleeve. And then, oops, add a little bit of this. Add a little bit more way you can kind of see how up it's going, and then maybe we can also do that for here. Like that. I think that helps a little bit. Maybe this can come down to show off the shading some. And then maybe, yeah, I definitely think here needs some sort of shadow. The shadow kind of comes in from the left and then from the right, but then there's kind of this light piece that comes down. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Then again, we don't need too much detail, but I think something here, there should be something here. And saying that, how can we, maybe we can do semi-ish triangle. Like that, maybe? Oh man, I am taking shots in the dark. But maybe something like that. Something that's not too, maybe we can even separate it a little bit with lines. Like that, maybe. Nah, I kind of like it less when it had less impact. What do you think? Let me copy this guy here. And then undo. And paste. Which one are you feeling more of? And let me go ahead and move the sizing. At this point, move it down here. Like this. And then grab this guy and his background, which is this. I copy and paste. Just so we can have a fair comparison. Grab this, move it here, there, like that. Kind of thinking, I don't know, I like the, oh, let me move this here as well. I like both again. I think maybe it just comes back to taste. It doesn't, the right one's not true to what's actually going on, but I feel like it helps establish more that it is a t-shirt. I'm taking coffee. There we go. Okay. So with that said, let's add a little bit more shadow. I think we might stick with the right one for now at least. So for these pants, we can go back here for the shading. Again, I'm thinking we just do shading all along this side. Also all along this side, as that also seems to be a very dark side. All along here seems to be shading, and then... But it kind of looks like banding a little bit, is the issue. Both are nice, it's hard to choose, I agree. I like both for different reasons. How do I do shading from here? I did one in the front, one in the back. The shading I did on the little guy was more like, oops, this wasn't too bad. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the difference in sizing and everything. We'll try to keep to that, maybe doing something like this. Maybe we can add here the bottom part of his pocket. And then we can add the darker part of the skin down there, and then again with the face carve off, so maybe something a little less head, maybe something more akin to this. Fun channel so far? Ah, I'm glad you enjoy it. Is it coffee like the app, or is it Ko-Fi? But welcome to the channel. Let's see, maybe a neck like this, maybe a bit of a smaller head like that, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm seeing YouTube popping up, but I'm not seeing Twitch pop up. I will definitely figure that out later on today. Let's see. Maybe move this guy's head up a little bit, make it tilt a little bit less. Maybe slide this part up just a smidge and round that out. Also a smidge. Like this. Oh, hold on. Like that. And then I feel like that's a little bit better. It definitely needs to be a little bit more-ish extra to it, but I think overall it helps show off where the color and lighting's coming from. Maybe something like that, and then now it kind of looks folded, and I don't want to spend too much time on the head. Again, this is clothing day, but I definitely think doing this helps with working out how to draw people. So overall thing of, oops, making sure I'm lightly touching on it and lightly trying to figure out how things work without focusing too much on it. Keeping things small and light and not too detailed, but still a little bit of something. That is the goal here. Let's see, maybe we can just mirror what's going on like that. Like this. And then maybe even just bring in his head a little bit more. Like one-ish over. Oh, one-ish over. That. I think that's a little bit better. Oh, hold on. Like that. It should be more even, but it's not more even, which is weird. Maybe it needs to go like this. And then his shoulder, or his shirt needs to come in a little bit like that. Perhaps is this not the same? Maybe more like that, and then we can kind of bring his shirt up like that. A little bit. And then I think that's good. Okay, maybe adding some anti-aliasing could help a smidge. We can try. You can kind of see even in his shirt, and I'll show you by going back over to concepts. A little bit easier to do it that way. There's lighting here, but do we need to add that lighting? I don't think so. I don't think it's too important. I'm just looking here where it's like, this is all shaded. This is in light. This is shaded. All of this is light. The thing of finding out the patterns and thinking, okay, well, what needs to be shown? And the issue is, at least with this version, he's just standing straight. So it doesn't work quite well. As if he was not. But I think this works. We just need, maybe we can add part here to show off shading. Maybe not. For now, I think this works. Something simple while still being detailed. We can go ahead and grab his highlights for his shoes back here. Let me make sure I can see. Look back into here. And then add the lighting. So kind of goes back down here. And then we can kind of just do the same here. Well, this is all in darkness, so we can go ahead and just also do this in darkness, like that. And make sure this is the dark color. And I think we just have to add that face. So he kind of has a nose coming out here. Maybe something like this. Like that. Like that, I think. Kind of makes it look like it's a person. Kind of, sort of. I know some people add like a triangle there to help. looks kind of looks mean. What if we make this a little bit shorter? Nah, I think it has to be. I think that's fine. And then, let's see. What else can we add? I think this arm could be a little less in face. That kind of makes it a little bit too round, so I'm thinking we also need to add a line here to help show off that it isn't arm. I think this works. I think this works well. And then let's just copy this one more time, and I want to make sure we do a I don't know if I like those lines there. Maybe yeah, I think those lines are throwing me off. Maybe what we can do is make the head go up a little bit more and then move it down. Maybe something like this. Maybe that'll help a smidge like that. I think that helped a little bit, just a small portion. So I'll go ahead and grab the background and we can see about adding a shaded outline and going from there. We can go ahead and grab this guy and then outline some shading, making sure it's the same. Alright, again, we try to do this, but I think it'll work out a little bit better. Definitely still trying to get used to shaded outlines. I forgot it last time. That's okay. It's a work in progress. So all of this can be shaded. This is a darker... Nope, not a darker tone quite yet. Darker tone. All of this can be head. And then this is arm. Oops. Well, if this is arm. Arm. All this too is arm. We can go ahead and just arm all of that in. And then we can go ahead with this t-shirt, use a darker color, and then go ahead and make sure that's also dark. Maybe something like that. I mean, we can make it a little bit lighter. Maybe like this, so it shows off a little bit of blue. Like that, and just go through everything and make sure it's outlined. And then lastly would be, let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the differences. Lastly would be these pants, and I think these pants are fine with the color, but it's these shoes, which we can go ahead and just do the same bright color we did for the other one, and that one's in darkness, so it can stay like that, and so can this one, where it's just this dark blue, and then this can be also dark blue, truthfully, to show off that it's in shadow instead of light. All that can be dark, because it is in deep shade. And then maybe we can show off some warmth, the brightness. Maybe we can move this up here, make it a little bit warmer, like that. You can kind of see it a little bit lighter, like that maybe. So this is kind of in darkness, so we can kind of move it off a little bit. But I think it helps us a smidge, maybe just a bit, coloring the outline instead of leaving it as one color. Just a bit of a change. Alright, let me get some water. Oh. Okay. And with that said, one more. And then we'll be good to go. Let me go ahead and zoom down here. Now, the pièce de résistance. And it is important to keep in mind, this is the same size as this lady, and she doesn't even look that big. But then you put her in here, oops. That's way too many ladies. I can copy that, and he fits into this. Or even this guy. Well, not this guy, he's on a motorcycle, but this guy. You can take this guy here. Let's try to... I want to see if I can find a t-shirt character. But this guy also fits into here, just about-ish. The bag looks heavy. Oh yes, where did she go? Yeah, especially when she's posing it like that. Welcome back, Moo! Welcome, welcome. So I'm wondering, are there any t-shirts we can kind of look at? Even here you can see there's not a lot of detail, right? Where it's just up here is shadow, down here is light. And they keep it too, even if these characters are really big. Her pose looks great, I agree. I really would like to play this game sometime, but it's only on the DS. Really sells the way her posture, it's the posture. I think, yeah, 2 colors, we just need to keep that in mind. 2 colors. You really only need 2 colors for the clothing. 2 colors and maybe an outline. I really do like these sprites. I'm so glad I found them. Okay, so let me go ahead and grab that color again. And it's saved here, and then the shadow color. We'll grab this shadow color and grab that one. Okay, I thought you- No. I do these. This is from a Pokemon game. Pokemon Black and White 2. No, definitely did not. No, I'm not at that level yet. Soon, TM. Gotta study the masters first. Back down here, we can go ahead and do the body posture again. We can go ahead and to make sure we kind of keep it in line, let's look for a posing, because I think it would be helpful to keep in mind what's kind of happening and seeing if we can do something akin to it, as this is a style I would like to get better at learning. So this would be what? This would be 48. That's 64. That's 64. Another 16. What is that? 70? 72, I think? 48x 72. Hold on. Quickly pull up the good old calc. See. It's 48. Oh, 64 plus 16. 64, 16. 80. Figured it out. So 48x 80. And then we're all good to go. So I want to go ahead and put this character here. We can go ahead and get rid of all this shading from the background. Oops. Wow. I did not expect it to do that. But I wanted to see if we could do something akin to this, try to follow the style a little bit more similarly. It's kind of the same-ish posing, though they are wearing a more so jumpsuit. Let's see. Let's put that big so we can kind of make the guy's head look a little bit like this. And he's got a shirt's really small, surprisingly. The shoes are bigger. I think that's one thing. I made my shoes very small. Let's see about maybe making his shirt a little bit bigger. I'm trying to keep in mind their sizing and do it that way. Maybe the shoulders are here, and then have that swoop in the neck. They don't really have a neck. I'm curious. Is there more necks? Not really. I'm not really seeing many necks. Oh, wait, on all these sprites. Yeah, not many necks. Okay, this one kind of- oh, oops. Kinda, sorta, yesn't. I do like this dress, though. Okay, well, keeping that in mind, he's got pants here, like one pants here. This definitely feels a lot more freeing compared to the smaller sprites we're doing. There's one pants here, one leg here, one leg down here. We can definitely try to make sure his knee is coming up. So maybe more so like this to show his knees moving up in space and then moving down. I feel like we need to give him more other room. Let's see. Just trying to carve everything out to make it look a little nicer. Here you had the pants coming in. We can do some of that. And then kind of the middle part of the pants can be filled in. Not all that way. Maybe something more akin to this. Kinda looks like pants. Kinda, sorta. And then his shoes were kind of like down here-ish. And then kind of a step. So maybe something that we don't want to do boots. A little something. I definitely like how it's a lot easier nowadays to be able to just take inspiration from other games, as being able to just draw side by side with this and trying to create it. Are you drawing with a tablet or a mouse? Don't know which one is best for Pixelart, unlike HD. I'd say tablet is. Sometimes if I'm doing something, I'll use a mouse, but I feel like drawing with I've always drawn with a tablet, so maybe I'm a little bit biased in that sense, but I think drawing with a tablet's better overall for your hand health, as drawing with a mouse will definitely start hurting your wrist over time. It can definitely start to strain it. So I'd recommend drawing with a tablet. Definitely will still be harmful on your wrist, but in the long run, I think it'll be helpful. Let's see. I'm I'm just trying to look at his legs and his pants, and I can even zoom in here a little bit so you can see. Zoom, enhance. There we go. His shoes, that's what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to get that shape. As if silhouette's nice, it should be nice overall. Let's see. Kind of just goes in, and then kind of goes in the back. Maybe something more akin to this. Definitely looks a little baggy. And then he kind of has his shoes out here, and takes a swerve inside. So maybe something like this. Not a little bit like that. Use your tablet when you sculpt, but you like the precision of a mouse when working on a small amount of pixels? Yep, I agree. Usually, I do the mouse for something super small. Like this. This might be super small, but for big arcing shapes, yep, I agree. And I died again, oh boy. But yes, indeedy. Let's see if I can figure that out. I don't know why I keep freezing. They'll have a shoe that comes back here. It kind of comes up here, I think. And then we need the other parts. We'll go up here a little bit, and I think might have to change his posture a little bit, but we have the shirt that kind of goes over, maybe something like that. Is a pretty long body. We can do this and this just for the shirt. And then it kind of comes out and in, and then his arms. We just want that back posture, so maybe we can have a little bit of his arms coming from back here, and then more arm coming forward here, and then keeping that trying to measure, and then one kind of comes in here from the pocket, maybe something like this. The more over relaxed is what I think that pose is going for. I realize you're slowly seeing the feet. Let me make this smaller and go back up here so you can see the pose we're attempting. There we go. Let's see. He kind of leans over as well to like one side, so maybe that's what we have to do. His head's kind of more so this way. Maybe, oops, erase some of this. Kind of give him a cooler pose. Like that, maybe. And I think that's good overall for silhouette. I think that kind of helps. It's not too detailed, it's not too much, it's just the basics of what we need, and then we can kind of add on to it. And with that said, we can go ahead and copy this. Ooh. And I did not save this on Sketch. But we can go ahead and copy this and save it on Sketch. And make sure it's saved on Sketch. Yep, we're all good in that regard. Let's see, Pokemon Ref. Let's see if we can find maybe a bit of a better pose. There's tons of these, which is great. You can even see here with the clothing and everything. I definitely do like how they shade. I think if I have to study a style more, it'd probably be these, as they're big but not too big. They have a sense of skill and everything. I think it definitely would be fun to maybe trying to set a day aside for stream to just draw more characters in this style, as I really like it. Colors and everything. I'm just looking for standing poses, how they do those. Even here you can kind of see the lab coat. Still 2 shading with a little bit of anti-aliasing. We can go back over to here and let me see if I can find someone standing. They have a lot of power poses, which is fun. Oops. Let's see. Like this. This guy's good. I think this guy will work. Like the generation of sprites the best. Oh, I have not had a chance to look at the other sprites. I was just searching around for a game, but I definitely do like these sprites. I think they're fun. They're just small enough while still being very expressive, I think. Okay. With that said, have you played the game before? And if so, I'm glad. I really would like to try it one time, but for now, I'll just keep looking at the sprites, hoping in my dreams. Let's go ahead and start on his clothing. You can go head back up here, grab his shirt, grab this part of the shirt, and also make sure we have an outline. Very important. And go back down here. We can go back into our sketches and copy and paste this guy. Copy, paste. Make sure we also go ahead and make sure it's a outline so we don't run into that other problem again. So if it's this versus outside, inside, that is interesting. Oh, I know why. Because we have the sketch enabled. Now if we do FX, outline, have you played? Sit down, I have a story to tell. I'm guessing it's a good game then. The story is that good. Thinking for now we can just, yeah, we can keep it like this. Oops. It'll let me FX. See, there's tons of fun games. I'll go ahead and set this as that. And then we can kind of carve away depending on what we use. I'll zoom in, I'll go ahead and grab our shirt color. It'll let me do the shirt color. It is, oh, I see. So whose layer are you on? Ah. Interesting. In that case, I'll go ahead and erase this. And this guy's actually on this layer. Put him back on the right layer. Lock that Pokemon layer. And then go ahead and make sure we grab that outline layer again. FX outline. There we go. Now it's working as inside. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go ahead and work on that shirt first. I think the shirt is the defining detail. I definitely think as far as details go, they're posing in their eyes to show their expressiveness. I think their overall feels what's important. You can see the shoes aren't very detailed. The shoes aren't the shoes is not the most important part of the character. It's more so the upper body, it seems like, and just their overall styling. Like for this guy, it's his backpack. For this, I don't even know. For this person, it's the sack, the hat, and the broom. Let's see. This guy's just a regular old guy. He's got a nice, cool shirt on. Go ahead. I'm curious to see. My shirt's not that far off from their white part of the shirt. So we can go ahead and just start off with just the shirt part. Maybe even do some of those. Going in and adding the layers part. I think keeping it small is important, but also adding onto it is also handy. We'll kind of do that. And I really want to try to get the detail of the shirt this time, now that we have maximum space. Maybe some of that, and just carve away at section of his body. Must be done. Make sure I keep the outlines in place, and probably be more akin to this. Making sure. Keep to what I'm doing. His shirt kind of falls flat though, so maybe it's more akin to something like that. Let's see. Oh, welcome, Sec. A pose so hard he doesn't need accessories. Exactly, he's the cool guy. He doesn't need them. But welcome to the stream. Let's see. Keeping in mind his shoulder plastering. Because it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, just semi-accurate. But maybe something like that, and then he has that shirt outline. Maybe something like that, and then more so akin to this maybe, and then he has that pack part of his shirt. Maybe something more like that. Because it's kind of flat. Hi, welcome back to the stream. I think you're right. Kirani? Kirani. Hi, Box. Welcome. Just trying to get the overall feel of the shirt. I can kind of back out too up here so I can see what I'm looking at. And I think it might need to step up more like that. That might feel a little bit better, but going through, yeah, I think that's overall better. I mean, it doesn't even kind of look like his arm's going back. It looks more like it's standing, so if anything, it looks like the sleeve comes down, just like that. I mean, this cool guy pose, what happened to it? Kind of like the cool hip pose where the legs kind of come up, that sort of thing. So then he has that shirt that comes in the back, so something like this, and it also goes down. It doesn't even need to go out that wide, but I think what I'm trying to do is exaggerate. I think that's the thing. I'm trying to exaggerate the pose to show off more of the person. As the character's not really, he's just standing there. But I'm thinking of a cool, large, big pose to show, hey, look, I'm doing this thing. And then here with the shading, let's see. So he has, again, that patch on his shoulder to show his head is coming down there. Let me move this head down. And then we can see about adding the neck portion. Maybe something like that. His neck kind of, well, his head shape more kind of comes out like that. I don't want to focus again too much on the head part. But it definitely adds, I think, overall into it looking nicer. We can spare a few minutes on it. Trying to make sure it stays in line with sizing and everything. Going through and morphing and transforming. See if it can be helped. Like maybe like that. Trying to, as this front of the face at least. Oh, I do have to think. Kind of comes, let's see, down, and then there's a nose there, and then the rest of his face. And it goes there. But that doesn't look much of a face, does it? Let's fix that a little bit, where it kind of comes in and out. You can add the nose maybe up here, like that. A little bit better. Very mannequin-esque. I do think so. More than fine. Can always add the face details later. I'm more so worried about making sure the clothing looks nice. Sometimes if the model doesn't look right, the clothing won't look right. Let's see. I'll just add this, and then I think, oops, it'll be rounded out enough to hopefully add to it looking a little bit better. And then probably do that, and maybe even change the outline of the shirt to look a little bit more something like that. But I think I'm gonna have to take more of that outline part. Then again, when I do that, it doesn't really look like it's a shirt anymore, does it? So maybe we can... what can we do? You gotta see here as well, it goes up one for the neck. Maybe that's the key to making it look a little bit better, like a neck and a shirt. So we can go ahead and lasso this head and plumb up, and maybe then we can kind of, oops, add a little bit more neck, like that maybe. Be a little bit more helpful. I definitely think that helped. Just a little bit more oomph to help with showing off, hey look, this is the neck. Yeah, definitely is a neck. And then maybe we can add that outline in again to show off again, hey look, neck. And I think it works. Okay, now we can go ahead and continue on with his shirt. I'm thinking we add again that dark part for his shadow. You kind of see here as well, I didn't realize that they also have some streaks that I was thinking about adding, but I realized, no, that's probably not gonna look right, but it looks right on his thing. So we can go ahead and add like shadow there, and then up here, more shadow here, making sure it kind of resembles that triangle feel to it all. More like this, I think. And then now that ruffle part that we saw last time, can we make it look as much? Is he gonna put some pants on? We haven't gotten to the pants part. But yes, pants are going to happen. Indeed. Yep, pants are important. Otherwise you'd be very cold. Let's see. Just trying to do it bit by bit, but yeah. Pants soon, TM. Let's see. Kind of has that dark part that comes in here. Maybe we can do something more akin to that to help it look more like it's coming in. Like that, maybe. And then he has the light part here and here. Kind of help. And then we have that line for the t-shirt. Now here it's a thing of, well, this kind of comes in a little bit. So you can maybe take this line to show that it's coming in. And then we have the rest of the arm. It's kind of this part here. Maybe we can add a bit of a line to show his arm's coming in and it's coming out. And then we have the rest of the shirt kind of looping around to show off, hey look, I'm a t-shirt. Maybe one down here, one out here, and doing something like that. Maybe like that. And then all of this is dark. Like so. maybe. Maybe this can come down like that. I think that's a little bit better. And then I'm thinking, as I'm looking up at there, maybe it comes up like that. I think that looks a little bit better. Shows off that slide part. And maybe this can come in and down. And then that's overall good. And now pants. Let's see. We can go ahead and grab his pants from up here, previous smaller attempts. So that's grabbed. And I think we can kind of maybe even go for a lighter color, maybe. Oops! This kind of feels, no, his pants are a weird color, I will say. Maybe more so like that, might be a little bit better. It's definitely, it's like a dark blue, but I don't want it to be too saturated. Yeah, it's more like that. So I'll go ahead and get all the highlights of this blue. We can go back to our small little tiny guys and make sure that blue. And then go down and fill those in. Like that. I think that helps. Make it feel less violent. Still keeping the shade feel. So then if we go back to down to this guy, let's go ahead and try that idea. So his pants can come down, and this is all pants. This is all pants. We do need that light part of the pants again. That's pants. You can go ahead and try to figure out, alright, hands and pocket. I definitely do think it made it a little bit more tricky. What do I mean, tricky? We can figure it out. So I'm thinking maybe something like this, where it's just a pull out. I definitely think maybe we can also add maybe some more of those triangle parts here, like this, to show off the parts that are coming out of the shirt. Maybe something like that. And then, is there anything else we can add? Maybe we can add this part up here. And just a few showing of those wrinkles. Let's see. As far as this is concerned, this kind of comes out and in, even in his actual drawing. I'll move the shirt now that we're done with the shirt part. Move that down. Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom and enhance. Shading is the bane of your existence. Yep. I agree. Shading is my, Shading and me aren't friends. We can just say that for certain. Let me zoom out a little bit, that way I can keep everything on screen. But yeah, I agree. Shading is pain. But that's why I'm doing this today. Clothing is pain for me, but I want to get better at clothing. So, gotta make sure I do practice clothing. You can go ahead and grab his shoes that are here. Go ahead and add them, and add more shoes, like so. Just to make sure we have shoes on them. And then, make sure I zoom in enough. This guy up here, you can kind of see simple shading, right? Gotta keep it simple. Feel simple. I'm wondering if any one of these guys, and I'll move this over for now. Is anyone here wearing jeans? Anyone have jeans, perhaps? Because I'm curious to see how jeans are taken care of. This is kind of jeanish. It has the lines of jeans. Let's see. Jeans, jeans, jeans. And this is still the area for jeans. Even here, you can kind of see with the legs. One leg kind of goes back a little bit. And I think that's definitely helpful. It's overall just about the shape of the character. This one's funny. Let's see. Jeans, jeans, jeans. I think the best we're gonna get is some pants. I'm not seeing jeans. Just fancy pants. But all of them— oh, I mean, I guess I'd say this guy has some fancy jeans. So let's take him. He also looks very fancy. Let's grab him in here, and I'll move these guys over. After I unlock this and slide to the left. I'll bring in this fancy guy. Cut him out. Oops. And grab him. Like that. Just so we can see more bodies and everything. And saying that, it's interesting, you can see aspects of his body, or you can see the pockets, you can see the folds and lines, and I think, let's give that a try. He kind of has one part shaded, one part not shaded. Oop, and I've tied again. Hold on. There we go, I'm back. Okay, so let's start off with that. Let's try that type of shading to see if it helps. We'll go back up here and make sure. Okay, I do have his color. I don't have this color. We'll go back and grab this dark color, which is this one, and kind of go the same thing where it's light up here, dark down here. We can go ahead because his knee is up. Now, drag that down a little bit so you can see what I mean. We have a knee up, knee down. Would probably be something akin to, oops, and also wrong layer. Glad I caught that. Something more akin to perhaps something like that, where it's a swoopy feel. And then you kind of have this as well. Oops. Maybe something like that, where the legs or the knees, but it kind of looks like then he's kind of bending, doesn't it? Which isn't what he's doing. He doesn't really have a bending look. This guy, all of this is in light, and this is the back foot, so all of this is the back foot. And since I have been doing all of that to the back foot, maybe what we can do is also do just, oops. Again, all of this is the back, where he has this foot kind of coming out, and this foot's kind of coming in the back. That sort of thing. So let's see. I do like that a little bit better. Feels nicer to look at. And then shoe-wise, it's interesting how this guy has just 3 colors for shoes. I mean, we can get away with a few things. We can kind of make his shoe more diagonal, bring it in line a little bit. Shoe definitely looks weird. I'm thinking maybe it's just the coloring we're using. Where we can kind of do that, and then, if anything, I kind of think his feet are going down, like in this motion, not straight. So I'm gonna actually use now 1 leg less. For now, at least. And I want to change the way his legs look entirely. No more legs, entirely. And I want to kind of pose him a little bit differently than we have him now. This is his main leg. This is the leg he's leaning on. And then this kind of goes in a little bit like that, I'm thinking. Now that's a little bit more, oops. That feels a little bit more in line with what's actually going on. And then rounding this out and filling that in. And then this leg here. Now this one kind of does go out, I think, where it is just that just that light part that's coming out. And then the rest of it's kind of coming in. We kind of have that pocket, and then we have that leg here. Kind of getting rounded. I mean, even this leg can kind of go round, but we don't want it too round. Maybe a little less round. And then down a little bit more. Maybe something more akin to this. Maybe a little bit better. And then we have that leg. Oops. We have that leg, and now it kind of pops out a little bit more. Still the same-ish level, but not too much. And bring it in a little bit better, I think. Where it's now like that and that. And so this is highlight, and then this is dark. Maybe something more like this might be a little bit better. I definitely think it looks a little bit better, though this thigh is very big. It doesn't need that big of a thigh. Maybe we can squeeze it a little bit. And I think that looks overall better than it was. So I can kind of move this guy over a little bit, like that, maybe. I think that helps. Does this need to be more like this? I definitely think that's too close, but I think this is a little bit better. You can kind of see how his legs are spread a little bit more apart. Like I think that doesn't need to be this spread, or does it need to be that spread? And I think here is fine. It's a little closer than the other one, but I think that works a little bit better in its favor. We can go ahead and just go on and add more to everything. Just work on the lighting and shading. Where this is the part that's lifting up, as you can, it's kind of lifting up. You can kind of see at the bottom how there's a shadow under his foot, so it shows that foot's getting lifted. And then we have the shoe here, and we can even also zoom out a little bit, move this guy up, that way we can see a little bit better. And then shoe time. And again, I'd like to point out how simple this guy's shoe is. But then you have this, which is just open-toed shoe, and then you have these boots. We can be very simple with shoes. You gotta remember, keeping it simple. Let's see. Like that, maybe. And then maybe like that. We have to make sure about the rounding, or not the rounding, the outline, I mean. So we have this round area that kind of comes forward, kind of goes in, oops, maybe something like that, or maybe a little bit more like this, and then grab that highlight, and just making sure it kind of looks like shoe, about shoe-ish. It doesn't have to be shoe, it just needs to be shoe. That 100% makes sense. How's my cafe game going? It's going great! The mechanic is done and done. Now we just need to work on the actual cafe aspect. And that will be done on Sunday, if I am not mistaken. So I'm excited. Next up, we just have to add the programming. The cafe portion is already in thing, where you can walk around the cafe. And now all you gotta do is be able to actually make customers and serve the customers. That's where we're moving on to now, adding a way to customer AI. We have to make the customers spawn and make them move around. It's coming along great, thanks for asking. Maybe something like this for the shoe. I'm kind of noticing there's like a bottom part for the shoe as well. Like a thing of, this is the top layer. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll need it. It's definitely a little bit harder than I initially thought. I will say that, but it's been fun, and I'm glad. Maybe something more like that. And that. Kind of show off it's a deeper shoe. I definitely don't think it's looking like a shoe. Looks more like a sock, if anything. You might have to work on the shoe a little bit more. Game dev is hard, so many things to do. I agree. Oh man, do I agree. I'm glad I got the main mechanic out of the way though. Now it's just a matter of customer making. And then once I make customers, then I just have to make the game loop. So the game, running the game, all of those things. It shouldn't be too tricky. Once I have the customers, I just need to have a timer, I think. And this shoe, oh man, is this shoe giving me pain? Okay, we can try breaking it down. This is the top part of the shoe, right? The light part. Famous last words. It always is. Oh man, this is easy. 10 hours later. I've had a severe lapse of judgment. Let's see. Just trying to figure out how to do shoe. Because we can definitely do shoe. How do shoe? And looking at a shoe, and here, I'll even zoom in a little bit. Oh, a lot of it, apparently. So you can see, there's the top part of a shoe. That's when I'm making this really bright color. You have the top part of the shoe, which is all of that. That's the top part. And then you have, let me zoom in a little bit, kind of this line of layer. We don't really have to even add that. Opposed to, oh, okay, I did read that. Let's see. We have the top part of the shoe, and then we have the side part of the shoe. That's what this is. And then we have the bottom part of the shoe. That's the tricky part, I think. Trying to figure out lighting, at least initially. Maybe we can even make a shoe smaller. We don't even need the shoe part. Or maybe we try all over again. That is always a good tactic. So again, we try with the top part of the shoe, maybe something more like this. As some of it's not on the ground, right? This part is not on the ground. So maybe it would look more akin to this, and then kind of keeping underneath the thing, or the thing, but the ants. A little more like that. It kind of looks like it's going straight. And let me slide this over so I can see the shoe. Yeah, it kind of goes more forward, if anything. More so like down here. And then a matter of trying to see if we can carve. Like that, maybe. I don't think that's too bad. It looks a little funny. I mean, gotta work on the little funny to get it less funny. This is definitely, I think, either the 4th or 5th time I'm drawing shoes. It's gonna take some time, but gotta get in those reps. Let's see. Maybe more so like that. Maybe we can make this back area a little bit longer and make it feel more shoe-ish. I don't want his shoes to be too big as well. Just something to show shoe. And I'm wondering, do we really have to take this shoe pose? And yup, that was the challenge, to make 3 different versions. When I did shoe in his other versions, They were flat. We didn't have much much real estate. But now that this is bigger, I definitely think it is important to show off the shoe feel because it's bigger. Maybe something like that, and then something like this, and then he can kind of have that shoe coming forward like that. I think this is a good shoe. This one right here. That other shoe though, that other shoe I have questions for. If anything, it might have to be a little bit bigger, like that, I think. And then this is the bottom of the shoe then. So maybe it kind of comes up, and maybe it kind of comes down a little bit to show it's being pressed. So maybe something like, something like this. That looks like an awful injury. Hold on. Maybe something more like this. That. I kind of feel like that's a little bit better. Not exactly what his body's actually doing, but it feels better. I think, at least. Even if just a smidge, it definitely looks more like combat boots, though. So maybe we can carve away at it a little bit and make it feel a little bit smaller. Maybe something more akin to this. Just a small change. Maybe add a little bit more. And we can carve away the bottom. Nah. I think that just about makes it feel like a shoe without doing too much pain. Alright, still looks like shoe. I'd give it a shoe. A shoe out of shoe. So we can go ahead and take away those outlines. Let's just leave shoe. And you can also kind of see some of his skin a little bit, so we'll add that after we add shoe. And we'll go in and just do all of these to take away from that outline. Your outline's not the final thing you have. Like that a little bit, right? And then we have skin. And I thought this was more of a gray, but I'm realizing it's more of a brown. But we can definitely change that once we do the gold part. So this was the part I wanted to add for all of these, where the gold is. There's a bit of an outline in that gold. Let's see. You can go ahead and just add. There's kind of, that's where the tilting gets me at. This Pokemon trainers are really great. Definitely good reference material. Yeah, I like it. I definitely think I'll be using them more, as they have dynamic posing. You can tell what they feel just by looking at their poses and their emotions. I definitely do this. Oh, also welcome to the stream, Disco. Welcome. Yeah, I really like the posing though. It definitely helps to feel and look at really good references. I wish there was a lot more references we could look at, but I'm glad at least the sprite resource is a thing, so we can see how the characters would work in a game, even if it's not for game specifically, but you can still look at portraits and everything, and that's nice. There's kind of this top side and bottom side. I think this kind of works. Maybe we can just go with what we've had, where it's this kind of triangle thing on the side of the shoe. That kind of looks like a shoe a little bit. A little bit. Shoes are to be desired, but I think this is a good starting point. We don't really need to show off the skins in the back, but you can go ahead and oops. Wrong color. There we go. And make sure we take the darker color at that. Like there. Okay. And now we can kind of maybe go in down here and add some more light parts. Maybe down here we can kind of add a light section here to show off the pants part. I don't know. I kind of think keeping it, cannot modify the sprite is being used by another command. Don't know what that means. Can't be good. We can go ahead and maybe even add a darker color here, maybe, perhaps. Down here with the other loops. Like down here, for example, maybe we can add some more folds that you can kind of see depending on what you're looking. I'm just looking at these legs. I definitely will have to change some stuff about the Aseprite layout, as a little not too good, but that's alright. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see all of his legs, like this. And then I'm just thinking about, okay, well, maybe we can add a little bit of shading here and there. Not too much, but enough where you can tell some of this is in shadow, some of this isn't. And show off his leg parts. For example, maybe here can kind of be shadow. And then if we go up, that's about it. There is kind of shadow all along here. So I'll add shadow all along there. And then that's about it for shadow-wise, I'm saying. I don't want it to look like cloth. That's my main concern. There is kind of shadow when it's pressed up against this side of his body, so maybe we can add a bit of shadow here. Like that. Then again, the thing of making sure it looks sharp enough. As jeans are definitely very not flexible. Something more akin to that might be helpful, but I kind of liked what it was. It wasn't much. Honest work. So maybe we can just do a line like that. I think that helps a little bit. And then, what else? Now I'm wondering about these lines, as this is more, what is it, like khakis, right? This is khakis. I'd say this is maybe also khakis. They're kind of going out into the world. This is jeans. And this guy has lines on his jeans. That's why I'm thinking, well, not jeans, but khakis. Maybe we can do something akin to that. Maybe what if we do pockets? Here he kind of has maybe a pocket line like that. Maybe we can change the color to make it feel a little different. So maybe this can be a pocket line, but then again, it kind of looks like darkness if we do like that. So maybe it needs to be brighter. Show off, hey, this is different. You should pay attention to this detail. So maybe something like that. Maybe. It needs to be a little bit more saturated. Again, here, there's that middle line here for his pants. Thinking maybe we add some buttons. Maybe like that, and then button here. I don't know. I don't know about these details too much. As you can kind of even see here, you can see the lines and the seams. I definitely think that helps. Maybe the issue is it's not the right color. Maybe we can do a silvery color for here instead of it being blue. That might help a little bit better. Make this darker. Still keeping in silver, but darker and bluer. Maybe. Oh, I definitely can't see that. Darker. And darker. Maybe something like that. When we're looking at it from far away, that's the thing we have to keep in mind as well. Like, you can see the brown on his pants. You can't see the brown in his pants. And this is the thing of, well, this is blue. Well, this is green. These are all greens. This is blue. This is all blue and purples. So maybe you have to go lighter blue. So we can take this blue, go up a little bit, and make it maybe lighter like that. I kind of feel like that's too bright. Maybe tone it down a little bit, but you want to be able to see it. That's the issue. I'm just weighing my options, seeing what can help, what can't, and measuring them. Maybe something like that. You definitely can't see it because the values are really similar. I'm thinking, how do? It always comes back to that. Maybe we can copy this with where the lines are coming from up top. I mean, it's more so like this, right? Nah, I don't think that works. I think this would work. And it's showing off maybe his leg is being raised. Oops. I got zoomed. Or at the very least showing off like that. And then maybe even add that seam coming over. So this maybe needs to be a brighter color. That. Brighter. Show off. This is kind of coming over, but it looks weird. I definitely think it looks out of place. So maybe we can make this half. Yeah, maybe this color will work. We can swap over to this color. And then just make it look like that diagonal thing where the leg is coming over and you see it's raised. Maybe then we can also go down here and kind of just go in with it and make line and markups. I'm just taking the half color to see if I can help add some sense of feel. Might take a shiny gray to add maybe a button look to it. Down here might be maybe a little bit more pockety. Maybe we'll add down here for more pocket feel. And then maybe here as well for it looking more like a pocket he's reaching into. Like this, and then like that. I think that feels a little bit more pocket, but it kind of looks like he's pulling his pockets out now, right? Let's go back on that a little bit. I think this one helps a little bit, but maybe a little less pull in. Maybe more so like that, I think. Might be a little bit more helpful. Maybe even squish it a little bit more, like that. I think that's a little bit more helpful. And again, we can just maybe only one out, just to show off, hey, reaching into his pocket. And then all this. Then we can go back up here and you can see, talking about in terms of pocket, and I'm really freezing today. Okay. We can do some of that and we'll be all good to go. And then we can kind of go back in and just adjust things, move things around, I think. I definitely do like these pants a lot more. I definitely think from now on I'll definitely be taking a lot more inspiration from just Pokemon sprites, as it kind of helps seeing how they map out their clothing and everything. And I like how big this clothing is. Blech. I like how big this clothing is, at least, because it helps show off wrinkles and crinkles compared to smaller sprites like these. I do like these. I think they're cute. I forgot to do outline on these, but something like this, I think, definitely has a good proportion level. But I really think something like this is just big enough to have detail, but just small enough to not be too overwhelming. Let's see. Next up, let's do that clothing, and I definitely think maybe shoulder can be a little bit changed. Let me, oops, put this up so you can see a little bit more of body. As I'm a little bothered by the shoulder, maybe something like this is a little bit better. Like that. I think that helped a little bit. I think maybe it has to go out one more, a little bit more like that, and maybe, yeah, more rounded like that I think helps. And I definitely think it looks like a shirt. That's the important part here. And with that said, I think overall it's good to go. We just need to add the shading. And in here with the Pokemon shading, you can see most of it's black. Is this black? Yeah, it's black. But I'm not too big of a fan of black. I like it being just a little bit of a different feel. Maybe we can... Face a small guy gives me Celeste vibes. Let's see. Which one? This one here? I can see it. Definitely needs an outline like Celeste. Like, Celeste, oh hi, consistently crying. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back. I do see the Celeste feel. I think because it's so small and tiny. I'm just trying to settle on an outline. And then we can see about highlights. But I definitely do think this feels better compared to my other times I've tried clothing. And I think maybe even just doing a clothing studying like this a few times a week would help definitely with me figuring out clothing more. But overall, I'm liking it. I think maybe we can add this here for shading. This here, oops. This here for shading. And we can also change the skin tone now. Let's see. Maybe something a little bit more peachy. I just wanted to make sure I could tell what was going on. A little less saturated peachy, maybe more that, maybe more like that. And then we need darker, this, a little bit darker, maybe like that, maybe a little bit more saturated, like that, I think. And then we can go back and just grab these two colors. Going for more of a mannequin feel, but I don't think it's mannequin. So we can go back to the 16, grab this dark color, grab this bright color. And, oh, that's the same. And then go in here, bright color, dark color. And we gotta change that lighting on this one. Make it saturated but darker. Maybe something like that. A little bit less saturated. A little less saturated. Maybe a little bit more darker. Kinda sorta. Pulling in, seeing and tweaking. I think that works. It's purple, but it feels like a stylized purple. And we can go ahead and grab this and then go back and modify this. Oops. So it works the same. This is in light, so this gets all the lighting here. A lot of that's in shadow. This wouldn't be in shadow, but that's in shadow. You can keep that in shadow. That's all shadow. Now the light part of the shirt, you can go back and just take the light part of the shirt that we have here. And I think we could do a little better than this blue, I think. Maybe making it more like this color, a little bit darker. Like that. I think that works a little better. So we'll go in and make sure. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. Maybe a little darker. Something like this. Nah. I think this works a little better for the t-shirt. We can go ahead and write that all in. And make sure it's all the highlight for the shirt. Oops. All the highlight. Maybe even just a little darker for that overall consistent feel. Now this is all dark because light because it's in lighting. This lighting, we can check the shirt. This part is in lighting. This part's in dark. We can keep that. This part's in lighting. We can stay in lighting. All of this is in darkness. And that's good. We can go ahead and grab these pants, and see about the outline. We don't have an outline up there, but that's alright. We'll make an outline down here where we can take maybe the darkest part, go a little darker, maybe a little colder, a little purple, right? And maybe, we want to make sure it looks darker than our darkest color. And maybe, hello Dungeons and Determinations, welcome back! Welcome to the stream! Let's see. Like that, maybe? I mean, it looks the same, really. It looks the same. We really don't need it, I don't think. If anything, just adding it makes me feel better. Just a little purple. Right? It definitely adds, I think, a softer feel to the overall thing, right? Before, after. Before, after. And then we can go back up here and take a darker color to add the darker version of his skin. Something darker. Like that. I think that works. Oops. Like this. And all that. As this is the shaded portion. Well, all this is shirt, right? That's neck, but this is shirt. So we can go ahead and swap that to be shirt. And then we can go ahead and do all this is darker. This can be brighter. And then this can be darker. Like all of that. I think that works. It kinda, yes, it doesn't work. And I think that helps. Kind of add a different feel. And as far as the shoes are concerned, we can go ahead and do the same down here, what we did with the other shoes. We added that light part. This is all dark, so this is fine. But overall, I definitely think it looks like a shirt and jeans. We can go ahead and add that. Not... I think having those lines helped, so maybe we can do something more like that. And I think that's it. Oh man. We can go ahead and get rid of these guys. Well, we'll keep them. They helped us. They were a big help. And I'll go ahead and move them along so we can see. I'll actually move this sprite canvas. Make it bigger. And then we can make this size guy move up here. Just so we can see and compare. And then this big guy can come up here. And then we can do that. Okay. So these are all the sprites side by side. Starting from smallest going to biggest. And I definitely think compared to the first time I tried drawing person back when I did my first sprite try, it took me so long, and I think this one a lot better. It was definitely a lot more with shapes and everything. So let me get some water, and then we'll move on to the next one. Water, some coffee. Oops. I think I spilled a little bit. It's fine. Okay. So with that said, we can go ahead and just merge this down. Merge all that down. And call this guy T-shirt guy. T-shirt guy. And I think that works out. And we'll go ahead and save this, and we can go back into concepts. Ooh, this one. I'm back here. Alright, who's next? I'm thinking we can try and do this scarf. I think that'd be fun to try to get the scarf look down. Have some more jeans over here, just so we can see if we were to do jeans again, but these are more harder ones, I'd say. 100% harder clothing to do. Look, okay, well, 2 people, definitely hard. And this one, oh man, I tried to rank it. These are kind of your easiest up here. These are your harder ones down here. For now, let's try to do a scarf, I think. That'd be a good exercise. Go ahead and drag that. Oops. Copy that. Paste it up here. Make it a little bit bigger. And I can go ahead and do that same thing for my Pura, just so I can see it. And then save. Okay. Up here, first to notice, is I think the shape of the scarf. It goes over the clothing. And then there's kind of this other part that comes down. And then you have that pattern of just a lot of swoops here. And I'm trying to see, are there any triangles I can spot? And I mean, kind of, sort of, right? This is kind of a triangle when you look at it, or when you squint. This is some shapes here, and that was another thing of just seeing how the fabric folds and bends. Right, it kind of comes straight here, it goes up, and then kind of goes in that dent, and then it goes down, it kind of gets curved, and it goes down again, curve, down again, curve. All these curves. And if we go back into here on the playlist, we'll play this as I drink more water. Just so you can see the way the fabric's interacting. Let me go ahead and mute it. I just wanted you to take another peek as I'm drinking this. I think this uses 4 colors. I want to drink water. There we go. And I really just think it's interesting to look and notice how all the folds interact and everything. For example, let's see. Right, we kind of have that swooping motion here. Swooping, line shading. I think it's interesting. And all of these are unique. It just kind of shows the way fabric, I think, interacts in a nice, neat way. We can go ahead and go back to Aseprite. I will go ahead and grab this guy, export him, if I can remember how to export. So let's see, canvas, window, no, export, found it. Export selected image, export. And with that exported, I can go back here, and then I can go to my downloads, boink this guy in there, bam, there he is. And I can shrink him. We really only need this part, but I mean, we'll need the head a little bit. With that said, we can go ahead and hide t-shirt guy. And let's start off with very small man. We don't even need pants, we just need body. I'll grab a t-shirt guy's skin tone to make it a little bit easier on us. It's already saved, right? Okay. We can go ahead with the... This is the sketch. Best receding hairline you've ever seen. He's rocking it. He looks like a cool Viking. Oh, this is t-shirt. T-shirt guy sketch. There we go. And then this is Viking scarf. SCARF sketch. There we go. Okay. And then this is 16x32. Okay. Just sketching this guy out. So let's see. And that was the thing, and so I started with a different color to kind of help with showing off the different variation in color. But I mean, we can just quickly check to see. This color would probably work best with maybe something a little brighter, darker. I can definitely see it more. We'll darken it, and then if we go into our color mode, we can also check that way, where if we go into, where's that? Layer, no, sprite, color mode, there we go. Nah, that's a little bit too bright. Hi, welcome back to stream. Bananarama. Well, welcome to stream. Welcome back. Let's see. Trying to figure out that color, and I think maybe green isn't the right color for this. It will be just because we're doing red. Maybe if we do a cooler green, it might be a little bit better. Maybe a darker green, something like that. I feel like that, oops, that definitely helps with setting it apart. And if we go back into color mode, yeah, that works a lot better. So we'll stick to this. And then we'll do all that. Oh, honk. Okay, so we have the guy in this head, right? He has a very, well, not god, but you know, he has a very tall head, maybe something like that. He's kind of facing this way, maybe a little something like that. And then he has these shoulders. Well, his head even fits in with all of his other extra. We can kind of loop that in. Maybe something like that. And then he has all that shoulder, like that. And then kind of shoulder here as well. Right, and then probably that goes up there. Oops. Need to make sure that's continuous, goes off. He has a hand that kind of comes down here. We really don't even need to look at anything else. So I'll just keep it to the shirt. He kind of has a shirt that comes here, so his body probably comes out down there. And then he has an arm that kind of comes out. Maybe something like that. And then he has a hand that kind of comes down here. Ish. But you really can't tell what's going on, can you? Let's see. Kind of has a head that goes down like that. And then move this over a little bit as this kind of comes around like that, maybe. And then his hand kind of does get separated. I want to make sure. Outline looks nice. It does help. Probably something like that. And then he has the hand. Probably hand like that. That looks a little bit more like a hand, right? Maybe something like that. And then you can kind of see the rest of his boot. I think that helps a little bit. Kind of looks more like he's holding a shield though. Let's see if we can help a little bit with it out of the sketch. I'll go ahead and copy this, paste it, hide it, and now we can kind of get into the whole coloring aspect. You can go ahead and maybe go for a, maybe this red. Maybe a little bit brighter. I want to make sure it kind of pops against the green since we're already doing that green in the background. Maybe a little bit of a lower saturation, not too bright. And then we can go ahead and kind of add that scarf. It kind of goes halfway to his body, right? Kind of wraps around, goes up. And then he kind of has this white shirt underneath. And we can go ahead and just yoink it from the t-shirt guy. And then, well, it's more tan. It's like a brownish tan, right? So maybe we can do more so something like this for his shirt. Oh, and before I forget as well, oof, almost forgot. Let me make sure, after I save these two guys, we have the outline. So FX, outline. We're doing inside, outside, inside. Okay. That helps. Just so I don't forget the outline later. Okay. Again, we have this kind of coming in. Then he kind of has an arm going up, so you probably put a hand there. For now, we'll just keep it as a blob. And then kind of the arm. All of this gets shaded in, as that is part of the scarf. This is kind of like a half portrait in a way, isn't it? I'm kind of just trying to figure out shapes and everything as I'm doing this. Looking at it, looking at the neck, trying to figure out how can this head work, how can this neck work. This head probably needs to go up a little bit or be a little longer as he's looking to the side. Then it kind of goes in. It would be important to figure out, if I was doing face details, how to add that beard in. Probably would work here, where it's just a whole beard. Something like that. He has a very long head, which is interesting. I'm gonna yoink his head for a second to make this a rounder. And just try to make it look like it's wrapping around his head. Trying to figure out the neck and everything, and then you can move the head back down. Like maybe to here. And the head doesn't need to be too big, and I think maybe that's why it feels a little funny. Maybe the head's a little bit too big. Maybe if we make it down just a smidge, it might help a little bit. So then you have all of this as head. Like maybe that. And then that kind of comes down like that. And then it kind of comes in. Maybe something more akin to that is head. And then you can kind of move it down a little bit with the rest of it. And then this can kind of come in as the rest of the scarf. And the scarf kind of goes out a lot. So we can kind of move it a little bit more with everything. Trying to keep in mind the whole shape. It looks a little wonky because I think it's always a thing of a neck. It's a thing of, alright, maybe we can push it in a little bit, pull it in a little bit. It'll definitely need to be changed. Maybe you can kind of go up as his shoulder's going down. Kind of looks a little funny, so maybe not. So this kind of goes up in space, so maybe this can kind of go around. Maybe something more akin to this might be more desirable. Kind of shows off that it is definitely a big scarf. Huge scarf. Huge. And I don't know anymore if that really is helping. We can keep it for now. It kind of looks wonky. I think if its mouth is here, right, and you can kind of see it on there, we'd have to change it a little bit. So this would definitely not go up as much. It'd probably go down a little bit like that, I think. Just that outline that's a little bit tricky. Probably something like that, I think, would be best. And then you have that hand there. So you probably have a hand here, right? And then you have that glove part. And then you have the rest of this kind of coming down. And it kind of goes down and around. And it's a lot of it. And then we have more of it kind of just going around and down, really looping for that scarfy feel. And we can kind of go out with the outline. And I think overall, that's a good start. I think it kind of maybe loops back up a little bit more, so we can kind of be a little bit more gentle with the curves. Maybe something more akin to this. And then it kind of has that line. This is his glove. And maybe we can make his hand a little bit smaller. And maybe, oops. We might take this and move it a little bit. And kind of make his hand, depending on how we want to do it, smaller. We can even make it that tall. I think this hand size fits. Looking like Jin. Yeah, I can see it. Bandito Jin. Oh, damn. It'd be fun to draw some League of Legends pixel artwork. I definitely do think it would. But yeah, I can see how it looks like Jin. 100%. Just give him a cowboy hat. Oh, that look like that. And then hat. Hat. That is 100% a cowboy hat. It does not look like anything else. But yeah, I can see it. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. I'm kind of right now just trying to figure out shapes. I'm using this line here to figure out the difference between the front part of the poncho. Well, it looks more like a poncho now that I'm looking at it. Feels more poncho-y, if anything. There's kind of that wrap around there. Maybe like that, and then maybe like this to bring it in, but nah. I think it would be more like that. And then we also have this other area here that kind of drops down. So something more akin to this-ish. And then that's the hand. And then he has that rest of the shirt. So kind of look maybe like that. And then shirt. That was this color. So he has the shirt coming down from his arm. And then this is more of a shirt. Oops. This is more of a shirt. Not trying to be too detailed again just because it is so small. I'm definitely trying to keep a little bit in there. We can definitely keep it maybe straighter, like maybe like that could help a little bit. Oops. Maybe something like this. A little bit for the shirt part. And then his arm. Maybe something like that. And then you have that part again where his thumb comes, and then the rest of his face, fingers. So maybe something like that. Or, I mean, I kind of think that dot helps just showing off its arm. I think that's fine. Flip it maybe. Go back all the way over here and see about changing it. So far, I think it's okay. It looks a little wonky. I didn't think it'd be this much of a challenge, but it's always the ones you don't think that are gonna be a challenge that end up being the challenge. We can go ahead and do that, I think. And maybe we can extend this out to show off. Hey look, this is a sleeve to an arm. And then this is the arm. Hey look, I'm an arm. Something like that. And then this is all shirt. This could even go up a little bit. Show less of an outline. Like that, I think. Be a little bit more helpful. Maybe even this. Show off, hey look, I'm an outline. This kind of comes down and up. So maybe we can do this, and then this is the edge of the poncho. I definitely think it's more poncho-ish. You can kind of bring this down a little bit. Trying to look at swoops. Where are the swoops at? Kind of do one of these numbers, I think. To show off. Hey look, there's a swoop here. And like that. I think. Just to show off a round swoop. Maybe even something like that. I mean, it's not round anymore. I think this worked a little bit better. With that said, I just want to save it so I don't miss it. So I want to go ahead and new layer, paste it, and then we can continue. Now we're gonna add what we have to add the rest of the areas. I do like that medallion he has on his shoulder. I think that's very important to keep in mind. We need a darker color for the red to show the shadow. Maybe, oops. This color for the shadow? No, it needs to be a little bit darker. Like this color. I think this one works, yeah. Now we kind of just need to show off scarf. And to do that, I want to see if any of these characters have scarf. Now I know this guy has a scarf, but it's more of a scarf. The guy we're looking at is wearing more of a poncho. Only hats, let's see. Any scarf? Oh, ponchos. Like a western. We need a cowboy. That's what we need. Any cowboys here? I don't think so. More so ninjas than anything. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. This one's pretty funny. Let's see. Cowboy, cowboy. Cowboy. Looking for him. Maybe if I zoom out a little bit, it'd be a little bit easier to see. We're in need of a cowboy. I mean, it doesn't get much more cowboy than that. But he's not cowboy. That's sheriff. And I'm not seeing cowboy. Nah, I am not. I'm seeing some just cool. An old dude with a scarf. Hold on. Go back down. Scarf, scarf, scarf. Let's see. Scarf, 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 scarf. I'm looking. Scarf. Zoom out a little bit. White scarf, he said. Also, welcome to the stream, Kirani. Kirani. Pink. Let's see. White scarf? No. That's not white. Not white. White. I don't think I see a white scarf. I think either... No, not I think. I'm most likely just blind. Did you mean this guy? It's a towel. Like a janitor towel, I think. I'm not seeing scarf. It's fine. I was hoping maybe we could... Now, is there something with multiple layers, maybe? Like a big... Let's see. Something with a lot of layers that kind of overlap and kind of flop on one another is what I'm wondering. And the answer... Well, to answer that question, not really. Not a lot of layers. It seems like. So everything's less multi-layered. It's fine. Or it means kind of on our own. Which is okay. We can do it. So it kind of... I'm thinking it kind of goes in this scissors pattern. Is that the best way to describe it? Where it's kind of like this, and then like this, and then this is kind of below it. Oops. This is kind of below it, and then this is kind of below it, is what it feels like. Where you have this rolling over, rolling under, rolling over, rolling under. I think that's the overall feel I'm getting for this fabric. Question is how to do it. Here's the thing of, alright, let's start off with rolling. Well, this is already rolling over. So maybe we can do it this way. And now this is rolling, oops. This is rolling over. Kind of maybe going up one. Oops. If it'll, we choose the right color. Maybe this goes rolling over, then that comes rolling under. And this kind of rolls over. Yeah, it's tricky. Let's see. Undo, undo, undo. And then, okay. That dark might be better, but I'm thinking, nah, not working. So let's try this and maybe trying to see if adding the neck would help, but nope. Okay. Let's first try adding in that dark down here, maybe. Just a dark down under, so it kind of looks like it's folding in. So maybe if we go ahead and maybe stick to very simple 1 pixels. You probably need another, kind of one down here as well. Kind of looks like stripes, doesn't it? Maybe we can do under, because it goes from one side to the other, right? That's kind of how it works. So I need to do here to like here, with just a one big roll, like that, and maybe get rid of it a little bit. I say a little bit, a lot of it, and then like here, maybe. And then we have over, and then we need another, maybe under here, like that, maybe bigger under, and then maybe another smaller under here, and then kind of have that under going on over here. That line's kind of going up and over, and then maybe an under here. Oof, this is hard. Maybe, see, I think I understand it when it's big. When it's small, it's a little bit trickier, I think. That over, under, where this is in the light, and then this is in the light. This isn't in the light. This isn't in the light. This kind of looks like over. Okay, we go back to concepts, and then I take more coffee. Oh, you think he's green in the bottom? Let's check. Never mind, let's go back and I will check. Green at the bottom. Green at the bottom, green at the bottom. One of these guys? Green at the bottom. Here? That looks more like a sleeve, maybe. Down here? One of these green guys. White scarf, white scarf. Nope. White scarf, white scarf. Nope, that's a collarish. a lot of greens at the bottom. This is more of a sash. Oops. With a green wind aside. Oops. Let me see. Undo, undo, undo. Huh. What did I just do that it- oh, there we go. Won't let me undo. There we go. With the green wind. You mean this guy? Maybe? Perhaps with a green wind. You mean green wind? Oh, this green wind. This? Here? This is like a green wind. I'm at the bottom with the green wind. Well, this kind of looks like a green wind. Maybe. Ah, got ya. This is like a, I think a ghost. I think it's like a ghost made. Oh, this scarf guy. I see. Yeah. I get it now. Thank you. I think I agree. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. I think that works. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Let's go and put him in. So big compared to everything else. We'll move him in a little bit here. You can, I'm guessing maybe it's the lines that's doing all the big work. So maybe what we need to do is add lines instead of thinking of everything like shadow maybe? Okay. Go back into concepts. It's just that thing of the fold. How do you do the fold? Like, all of this is, oops, wrong color. And all of this is light. But then all of this is dark. And it has that thing of being like, this is all light, I mean dark. This is, like, it's like a fold in between. Where you can see light and you can't see dark. Okay, I think maybe let's try working on the medallion as the big piece, and then trying to make lines from there. So let's give it a go. We go back into Aseprite. Adding that medallion. It'll let me press the brush. It does not want me pressing the brush or really any buttons. Brush time. There we go. Okay. If we do that medallion and let me make sure I can see this guy again. We can make that medallion as big as we want, really. We could do something like that, but oops. Go ahead and get rid of this. Oops. Never mind. Not continuous. There. To make things a little bit easier so we can see. Okay. Going into there, this is our guy, and then I wanna add that medallion piece so we can see it clearly from really far away. So I'll zoom out a little bit just to make it a little bit easier to see, and then maybe like that, build in a little bit, and then lower opacity. Oops, wrong layer. Something like that, I think. It'll look more like it's sideways. So we can make this big. It is the centerpiece, so I think it's okay to be a little big. Something like that probably needs to be a little smaller. Like that. That's the medallion. I think that's the, it would be like a cool medallion your character might get from a, maybe they're like a warrior or something. I want it to be noticeable on the sprite. Probably has to be here where it's a little bit above the arm. You can see we really don't have that much real estate, right? Like the arm's here and then everything else. So maybe we have to lower the arm. We go back in here. I'll lower the arm. Maybe that's what it was. We'll lower the arm. That way that medallion can shine bright and like right here inside the lines. And then we can go ahead and maybe make it a nice golden color. We go back into here. A nice gold like that, and then brownish outline just to add, and then go back into here, raise that up, merge that down just to show off, hey look, this is shiny medallion. And I think we can go ahead and waste a little bit and maybe do something like that, though it kind of looks a little funny, doesn't it? We'll go ahead and fill that in, that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, all of that. And I think we can start from fresh. Maybe we can also take some of this down. I think this would be a little bit nicer. And then outline time. I definitely think his arm kind of comes up a little bit more, it kind of curves. We can do more so something like this. And then now this can kind of fall a little bit easier. And I think maybe something like that and that. Oops. Can kind of help in showing off, hey look, it's kind of rounding out a little bit. I hope. Gonna show it's going diagonal. We probably have to do something like, oops, something like that and move it down. No, I think having the bigger hand helps. Just a matter of shadow and keeping this like that, and then that kind of can come down off the elbow, and this kind of has to come down a little bit. Like that, I think helps a little bit in showing off that it's a little bit more nobility. This is what I'm getting. It's like a badge of honor, like a knight. That's what I'm feeling when I'm looking at this pose and everything. Like a Viking, but a knight Viking. Do those exist? Let's see. As far as that medallion goes, let's just make it a whole color. And then carve away at it a little bit to try to make it a little bit more shiny. Maybe something like that. And then we can maybe make it a little more glint in it by maybe making it... haven't done metals really. A little tricky. We can definitely make this higher saturation to draw more attention to it. Maybe make it a little bit more yellow, like that. And then as far as actual badging goes, not too sure, but I think it helps a little bit. Now, talking about this scarf, there's black to show the underline. I think that's what we can maybe do. So we won't use that black, we'll use a darker color, just so we can keep it in mind. So for example, it kind of comes, there's like one layer here, then there's like another layer here, and there's like another layer here, and it kind of goes up and down, right? Kind of like that. And then it kind of comes a layer here, and then another layer here, and then there's kind of another layer here-ish, I think. And then back here, there's a whole line of layer down here. We can kind of go in them maybe and just change all of these to that color, and maybe darken it a little bit to help show off the darkness. So we have that, and then maybe we can add a line here, and then we can add a layering effect there. No, more so like this, I think. And take that one and take this color, and I think more so maybe down here can be a color like that. I don't want it to look like stripes. That's what I definitely don't want. So maybe it should come more like this. No, that made it look more like stripes, didn't it? And then there's kind of the layer here. All across his arm is what I'm looking at. Just trying to make sure that kind of looks like it's working. There's just this over layer and then an under layer that I'm looking at. There's kind of all this under layer under here. And then there's kind of an under layer under here. And then maybe you can kind of push that out a little bit. So maybe there'd be a line like here. I'm wondering, it kind of looks like it's just squiggly lines, right? So maybe... let's try again. Let's try to finish up what I have going on here, and then maybe we can just try simplifying. Here it's kind of that line go under, line go over. Kind of like that. It's kind of a loop. And then down here, also kind of a loop. You'd get rid of that, and then down here under the hand would also be kind of shadow. Maybe something like that. Definitely see where I think my shirt was better, but it's okay. It's okay, it is alright. I'm gonna copy this guy, oops. And we'll try again. I'll move him over. Like that. Erase this guy. Move this guy over. And we'll give it another go. Let me go ahead and... where are we? Back in Aseprite? Okay. So now we'll highlight this and get rid of... Oops. Where are we at? Wrong layer then. This layer. There we go. Let's try again. We need something simple but not too simple. Something small but not too small. This is tricky, I will admit. Let me go ahead and grab this guy back, and then let's grab and move. I think what might help is adding on... we just need big, large gestures. We don't need something smaller. We need something bigger, I think, is the issue. I think I'm trying to add too much detail on something that's really small. We just need big, large, grand gestures. With that in mind... oops. Did I just delete my thing? Hold on. I hope not. I just did Control W, and it looked like it closed the hole. Oh man. Hope it didn't get rid of my stuff. I do save regularly, but... see. Okay. Didn't do too bad, but it definitely did close, I think. Okay, where was I? I was trying to go into my shading. And I was also trying to grab this guy and add the stabilizer. And then... kind of adds a little bit. Loves fancy mustache, yeah! Welcome, welcome to the stream, Crab Man. But I do agree, yeah, he feels fancy, he feels very refined, I agree. So size, max size, pressure, velocity. So, something like that a little bit, and then shading. I don't need shading, I need this one. Kind of adds. Let's see. I'm thinking big gestures, right? Big grand gestures. So we just take one, maybe goes up here, like this. Oops. That. Maybe it kind of changes. And it's kind of off-put, so maybe something like that. This kind of goes like a pattern. I'm trying to do. We can turn off this. It lets me. Alright, okay. That didn't work. I think it's too small. Or too big. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Learning as I go. But I'm definitely glad it's paying off. It's just a swoop pattern that goes in, and then it kind of goes down, I think. And then we can kind of highlight that down part, and highlight that swoop, possibly like that. And then we have a kind of swoop here. And an other swoop here. Really just looks like tiger stripes. Looks like he's doing a thumbs up. I agree. Oh man, that's a good point. Maybe something more akin to this. I do like the thumbs up though, but that's not what it's supposed to be. Maybe something like that, a little bit more. Kind of looks like the thumb's going that way. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Let's see, big swoop gestures. So maybe one more line here. Like that, and then smaller. That's what I'm trying to do. Make smaller because a lot of detail kind of makes it really messy. We just need small. We need small gestures. Again, because I'm looking at it from really far away. It does not look like a small gesture. Okay. This is fine. This is okay. Maybe we can do some of that there. Kind of works, right? Maybe something from down here. As it kind of, I'm trying to create shapes. That's what I'm doing. Don't know if it's working, but that's what I'm trying to do. Something like that, I think. And then for this one, it kind of has that underline. It kind of goes up. So maybe something like that. Keep it simple. That's all it really needs to be, simple. And I think far too often I do not do simple. So trying to get better at that. I think it's kind of working. Let's see. Maybe something like that, or maybe you can kind of pull this back a little bit to show off that it kind of overlaps. Or maybe something like... well, it kind of shows off it's now an arm, right? A little bit. It's a little uncomfortable looking. But I definitely think it looks a little bit more arm-like. So maybe, oopsie, there we go. So maybe something to show off the arm, and then like that, I think, can help. Right, something like a little bit more like that, but I think we have to make sure that we're showing off, hey, look, this is a dark part in the line. Just showing off shading and making sure it looks shaded, I think, helps. Maybe something like that. Medallion kind of leans up, but we can't really show too much. So I'm thinking something like this. And then probably something a little bit more down and up. Maybe something like that. Maybe like that. No. Definitely think. Nah. Just a little something, but not too much. Maybe we can add that skin. And then... Oops. Nah. But I think that's better than what we had. A little bit more. And we'll move on to the bigger sizes. I definitely don't want to dwell too much on it, especially when it's so small. So we can kind of make maybe this kind of water drop look back here. Like that. And then there's definitely a sheen, I think, as well. Maybe that can help. We go back into the warmer colors and grab a hold of that sheen color. You can kind of see the top. So maybe there's a sheen part here. Definitely looks a little like banding. You don't want banding. Drawing U's and a lot of shadow. Exactly. Yeah, that's the issue. I definitely think we could try that, as I'm not trying to draw too exactly, I'm trying to take the essence, but yeah, try drawing U's and a lot of shadow. Oh, you know what I just remembered as well? If we go back into concept, there was kind of like a robish pattern here in this character's. Here there's lots of shadow, and there's the U. Is that what you're talking about? The U, which is I've been calling the loop, and the lots of shadow. I think that might help a little bit more. Let's go back into Aseprite and go again. Let's see, what time is it? 4:34? Let's try this for like another 15 minutes and then we'll move up in size. Okay. So saying that, yeah, okay. With that in mind then, yeah, I do agree. Maybe what we can do instead is do very dark and grim, right? Let me go ahead and make sure I'm on the right layer. We can go ahead and grab the dark red, like that, maybe. And then we can go ahead and grab that bright red and U, oops, U, maybe like that. Or no, it needs to be more the drop, right? It's tricky. Let me grab that artwork so I can see it on my, oops, same screen. Paste. There we go. I can see them side by side and have a little bit of help. Like what? Like the border of is thin, but the rounder part's a little thicker. I think I know what you mean. Like the line weight. So it's like this is thick, and then it goes thin, and it goes up like this. Like that? Oh, hold on. Like that, maybe? And then this would be really thick. And then the other side would be really thin. Maybe? Ish. What if you push the medallion to the right? So it's on his shoulder? Ooh, I do like that idea. Sorry you were talking too much. You get excited when there's another pixel newbie like you. No, I appreciate it. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I always appreciate the critique. So let's see, medallion to the right, like that. Ooh, I think that helps. Yeah. Yep, I definitely think that helps. Thank you. No, I am always open to critique, as 2 eyes are better than 1. Let's see. I definitely think that helped. Now as to how to translate that that sage of knowledge, not too sure, but I think this is a good shape. I just think I have to understand, oops, how to replicate it. I think that's the next issue. And again, I have to remember, this doesn't have to be one-to-one. Well, it's simplifying. I think that's what makes this a little bit tricky, is the simplification aspect. This is his neck. Like that. Then this kind of gets pushed out, and maybe this kind of goes in the light. I mean, we don't even need much more if that's the neck. And then we have this part that kind of goes in the light, so maybe it'd be like that. Like that. And then this part kind of gets shown. Let's see. And then we have this part that's light. Oops. This part that's a little bit brighter. This part that's a little bit brighter. And again, because it's so dark, we don't have to necessarily make it so bright. Just needs to be a thing, and then we can go bigger and help. You can explain it, but for you, the left scarf looks greasy. This one? I agree. Something's off about it. It kind of looks like an oil spill. If that's what you mean, I can totally see it. Let's go ahead and maybe add one more kind of loop like here, I think. But no, I get it. Greasy. Try drawing the... You could try to draw the drape over the line to show it's flowing. Oh, like that. Yeah, I did forget about that line. Thank you. Something like that, right? Something a little like that. I definitely think that helped a little bit. And then we can make this guy the light color, or no. I kind of like the darker color. The arm line, yeah. I'm drawing it over the arm line to help. Oops. I definitely think that helps. And then this part down here can also kind of get separated a little bit. I definitely think that helps. A smidge. It's these interior lines now. Have to be darker red. Dark red. Oops. Like that. I think that definitely helps a little bit, but I think overall we can try moving on to the bigger portion. Yeah, like add a, hold on. Add a semi-U to add a block of light on the arm to show it kind of more? Sure. Let's see. Semi-U. You mean the U in his already clothing? The part that's like here-ish? So maybe what we can do is do like that, and then more of a U-ish here. You cannot explain for the life of you. You shouldn't give advice. I mean, you're helping. It's definitely interesting to get other perspectives on things. It helps, I will say, and I highly appreciate it. Let's see. I think this might be about as good as it's gonna get for now. Well, in saying that, we can go ahead and move on to bigger size. Let me just try to finish this portion of it, and then we move. As I will be here for ages, looking at this guy if I am allowed to. I think something has to go here, the line. And maybe this line can go here. Maybe all that can be dark. That can kind of be, oops, cut up. A little bit of that, like that, like that, that. Yeah, oh, I see. I'm glad I'm learning. So let's see. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of trial and error. That's what I like about it. Just trying to figure out what do, how do. I definitely think there is an art in small pixel art. But I think I like medium a little bit more to better express what I'm trying to explain. There's kind of like a line here. And then it's starting to look like tiger eyes again. Oh boy. And here. Maybe it should go here. Like that. That's it. That's all I got. Medallion-wise, let's make it a little bit darker. Like maybe that's the glint part. So maybe this can be the dark part. Nah. Maybe this can be the shiny part. Can't really see what's going on in the medallion, so it doesn't need to be too much. It just needs to be. It just needs to exist in this life. Maybe something like that. Might be as good as it's gonna get. Okay. With that said, we move on to bigger. Oh, I forgot the lighting. It seems like his left side of his face is lighter. We can go ahead and just do a little bit different this time. Might need to distinguish areas with shadow because they all kind of smush together. We can definitely do that. I agree. Let's see. Was this the same color I used? Hold on. Where is our t-shirt guy? Was this color and this color? Well, that was, yeah, those two. That does not seem right. Maybe more this color. Hi, t-shirt guy. I feel like it's more this shade. And line that in. Oops. Redo. Yeah, something doesn't feel right about that. Maybe it's how desaturated this one is. And it goes colder here. Maybe something more akin to that. And then move that up and out. Like that. And then all head shape like that. So it's darker up there and then rounder, probably wider. That makes it look very chibi. For now, I think that's okay. Maybe we just don't even shade it. I feel like it looks a little weird shaded. Okay, let's see. Need to distinguish areas. Yeah, okay. And saying that, what we can do is maybe make this area brighter up here. Oops. This area, oh. Is it all just one line? For example, this area is brighter up here. Might even have to make it a little bit brighter. Now it's a little bit too bright. So let's see. This needs to be brighter, warmer. A little bit brighter. Something like that. I think it's different enough. We can see about color mode. Needs to be a, well, no, that's a good brightness. Maybe pick it up a little bit, but then it's too similar. I think this works. And then all of this can be one area up here. And then we kind of have the back side of his arm, which might be in a little bit more darkness. This might be in a little bit more brightness, like that. Have to go. Good luck with the cloak. Thank you. I will need it a lot, but thanks for coming, Sec. Thank you indeed. You've been a big help. Let's see. Maybe something like that is a little bit better. And then this can be the darker area. Something like that a little bit more. This might even need to be a bit brighter. Like that. And all that. Warmer. Maybe a little bit too warm. Go back. Like that. I think that helps a little bit. Like that. Oops. Something like this, I think. Kind of shows off the warmer areas and then kind of goes back a little bit. Even. Not sure about this area, but oops. I think this helps. A smidge. And that said, now we move on to bigger. Oh, I do want to change his head shape just a smidge. I say before I actually don't. We'll see. Maybe we can widen it a bit. Maybe make it a little bit taller. Nah. I think that works out fine. I definitely think this is a lot better than this one. It is a little bit. Oh, I did read that. Okay, we're good to go then. In that case, next one should be a little bit easier now. So I'll just keep this all in one layer, truthfully, merged out. It's more than fine. Okay. Maybe we should try drawing out the cloak. Cloak makes the man. We'll go ahead and grab that cloak color, which is this one. It looks a lot different when it's surrounded by brighter stuff. Okay. So the cloak's more like that, and then it's more like that. Kind of like that, and then at the arm, and it kind of goes like that, and that, and that. That's the feel I get when I look at the cloak, but it's kind of a little bit hard to tell what's going on. It's not person. That's why I usually like to start with the under to tell what's going on over. So you have the head. You have the head up here. You then have the cloak, maybe like that. And then you have the shoulder. You kind of have a swoosh here. Then you have a hand. Then you have more cloak, more underhand. You have it all the way down here. All this stuff is cloak. Kind of ruffles out. And then we have more under cloak. Something like that. Oops. Something like that. And then we have the shirt. Kind of goes down here. All the shirt. And then we have more shirt with the hand. Oop. More shirt with the hand. Drawing the silhouette shadow without the color just to get the... Yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to do. Trying to figure out the just basic shape of everything. Shaping and carving. Yep. I think silhouette definitely has been my favorite method so far. I'm trying to get a proportion with trying to do color. Let me move this guy over here, really. I think overall this is... Because when I do the silhouette, at least this specific one, it doesn't look quite right. I also think because we're not adding the hair, it also doesn't look right. Definitely think, yeah. Like if I do this... Oops. Wrong layer. That's why that didn't work. This layer. Yeah, I agree. I'm learning. I definitely don't draw people often. See? Kind of doesn't look right doing the silhouette for this guy. Sometimes the silhouette works, but I think for this silhouette in specific, it doesn't work out well. But no, I 100% agree. Silhouette method is best method. Trying to figure out, outline all of that, and I also need to take them off the layer as the other ones so I can select and actively move things. So I can go ahead and do outline and make sure it's a dark outline. Where do my outlines go? I want it to be this color. Make sure it's inside, and then, okay. Okay. So this one I think might be a little bit better. We can get a little bit more feel to it. We can go ahead and kind of make that outline a little bit easier to see. There's definitely some, like a flop, right? And it goes down, and then it goes up, and then it goes back in. Let's see if we can make that a little pointy. In his right shoulder is what I'm looking at. And then you kind of have the area on his left shoulder. And that swoop down area. That area down there. And then he has his hand, which kind of goes up. You kind of move that up a little bit. Make sure it's not a thumbs up. You can go back here to his bracer. I think that's what it is. A bracer? Does it look like he's still doing a thumbs up, I wonder? More so like that and that. Oops. Like that. And then we have the line of the arm kind of coming down like that. And then you have that front area, that back area. You have more of that swoop area kind of coming like that. And then this area kind of gets rounded. That, I think. And then maybe a little bit more rounding. As I can't really see the rounding. Not really rounding. Maybe more so like that for rounding. More so like that. And then we can erase some of that. And have the shirt be... Maybe come down here. Make it a little bit easier to notice. Something like that, perhaps. Though, the shirt kind of flings out to the side a little bit. Maybe like that. Oops. Maybe something like that more so. And then the arm definitely needs to be moved over a smidge. Like here I'm thinking, because again we have that hand bracer. We definitely need a different color. Let's see. I use red here, but more of a dark gray. Oops. Let's see, if I make it a more darkish gray, make it a little bit purple. Looks great, thank you. It's always I always think the start looks the worst. But I'm glad you like it. It can only go up from here, right? We'll see. Just trying to get the overall general shape of everything. We have that thumb, right? And then the rest of the hand, which kind of goes like this. It's kind of the hand. And then the rest of that bracer, so this is kind of the outline of the hand. And then you have that part here. But it doesn't look like a hand, does it? Not really. You can move it out one more little bit. It's a trust the process, and the process is great. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yup, trust the process. That is all this is. That's all it really is ever. Just believe. And I believe. For now, at least. Until my hopes and dreams are crushed. Let's see. I'm trying to... I think what I want to do is kind of carve out his arm a little bit. Let me make a new layer just to show you what I mean. Where it's a shoulder out, arm come in. That sort of carve. And let me make it a bright color. Like this. Believe! Exactly! Be the change you want to change. See what you want to see. Have that drive. Let's see. Can I do more like this and then move his arm a little more like this to add a curve and then kind of merge this down. Oops. Merge this down. It looks like he's ready to go for an uppercut a little bit. I mean, he's a little bit of a... He looks a little bit of a brawler. Got a little bit of oomph to him. Let's add that as the line and then line that out. Might be a little bit too aggressive though. We'll see. As that kind of goes through, down and through, kind of like that, and then you have the arm. That forearm and that hand. You have the shirt, which is like this. A wish. Who angered the boy? What do you mean? Vikings always look very angry. I mean, this guy looks pretty passive. He kind of looks like maybe he's standing on a hill, nice and relaxed. I'm just doing this for a feel of more oomph, I think. But I definitely think I made him wider. Maybe we can unwiden him just a smidge. Like that. Who angered the boy? I agree. Who did it? Who done it? Let's see. I definitely think this can work for an arm at least. It kind of looks like an arm already. Just needs a little bit more arm feel. Maybe more so like that. And then we have the shirt like this. He looks bold and proud. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. Like he looks noble when I look at him. Like a noble knight. Except not a knight in this day and age. That's the hope. I'm glad it's shining through. His pose is great and dynamic. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I try to do the curve to show off a little bit more than what he's doing. Because this he's not really pose. I mean, he's standing. Not very... It doesn't really show off the character. And I want a more of a knightly feel to his character. That's what the goal is, at least. Now, circles. Don't talk to me about circles. It's a work in progress. Maybe we can move these down a little bit. This chin should be up so he can look down. Ah. Yeah, that would definitely make him feel more high and mighty. Like that. I can see it. Like that. A little bit more head in the background. Something more like this. Yeah, give him a little more character. But his name would be something maybe like Ivan the Bold or something. Like that. Yeah! I'm just wondering about that chin. I think it works. A little bit pointy, but looks like a chin. Okay, so let's see. Now we can kind of mess with the fabric a little bit more. He looks up now. Yeah, he's looking cool. I definitely think it helped. Okay. So looking at this, let's see. If we extend this down more, it kind of adds more to the poncho, and I think that helps a little bit. Maybe it starts up and it goes down and it goes back up. Or, nah. I don't like how it is now. I think that helps. And then kind of have what we have here, we can just expand on it now that we have more space. Thankfully. I like my real estate. Let's see, it kind of goes down. Built different. Strictly built different. We can go ahead and we try this. Oh, it is this color, I forgot. Okay. In that case, it's wiggle time. So we have, start from, oops, down area with the light colors. It finishes up here, like that, and then kind of comes down from this medallion. Oops, I'm thinking lighting. I need to be thinking shading. Let's try this for the lighting, and then, oops, a little bit too much lighting. Maybe something akin to, oops, something akin to that dark that we had. And now we can kind of, oop, like, possibly like that would be a dark, right? So it goes over, under, over, maybe bigger under, like this, big under, oops, big under. This kind of looks a little wonky, I will say, but over, and over, and this is all under. Maybe even has that go up kind of look, and then so it goes down, up, and then down again. Maybe like that. This goes down, this goes up and down. Maybe something like that. Ish. And then this has that line that goes up, right? So maybe we can move this up. And then like that. And then this can kind of go what it was doing with that over the curve kind of look. Maybe we can even come in a little bit and add some oomph, perhaps. Like that. That kind of helps, I think. Maybe we can do it again over here, where the pattern comes in a little bit to help make it look different, but it looks a little bit wobbly. So let's not do that. I like this over here, not that over there. I definitely think it helps though. This would be under for dark. Never mind. That is not under for dark. Maybe more so like this. Just a little bit of shading. And then, I do definitely think this is working out a little bit better now that I have more real estate. He looks like he's squaring up upon a rapscallion. I can see it. Rapscallion square up, about to fight 1v2. He can do it, I believe. But yeah, that's more, it feels more cowboyish when it's this red poncho-y feel. Maybe we can do a silver medallion instead then to make it feel less cowboyish. I think it's the red and yellow that's making it feel cowboy. Maybe silver like this? But it needs to be shiny silver. Something more akin to that. Like that. Like this. Yeah, like that. I think that's a little bit better than the gold for cowboy. And then, maybe we can add some darker colors for the inscription part of it, but it can't really do too much. We can kind of maybe do this, the lighting, and then add a shiny dot, like up here. Like that. It kind of looks a little layering. Give him a hat, and it's a cowboy. Oh. Ah! You're right, and it hurts! What was it? Macquarie? What do they change it to again, Jesse? But that, yeah, you know what? Oh man, that hurts. Oh man, that's a new, haven't heard in years. I feel like it's something different, but no, I remember. Indeed. Let's see. This dark pattern. The light is coming through here and here. There's kind of a sheen going on. There's a swoop going on here, and that gets filled in. And then this is a darker color. We can take this dark red and line it with this. Oh man. That's a name I haven't heard in years. Let's see. I think that's a little bit helpful to show it's still dark, right? It's not too dark, but it definitely looks darker. We can add the dark color over here, specifically. We can even add this as the dark layer. Nah, I feel like that dark, it's a little bit better. And then this loop area, now we can make this really dark for that loop. Maybe something like that. And then this can come out and highlight. Nah. I think that works as it is. Maybe we can, oops, add a bit of a highlight here. Like that. Ooh. I think it kind of looks like a loop highlight, right? And then we need that light shine that I'm seeing on his thing. So it kind of needs to be more like that, and then we can kind of, because it looks like a cone here, the way I'm looking at it. It's like a big old cone, like a big triangle. Something like that a little bit. And then there's kind of a dark loop going maybe here, like that. Kinda, sorta. Ish. Yesn't. So something like that, I think. And then maybe we take the lighting from here. Something more akin to this. Like that. And then now this under part. I didn't even realize we don't even have an under part, really. We forgot all about the under part. Let's see. This is that loop I'm looking at. There's kind of another loop happening here. And I'm wondering if we can get that loop. But I don't think we can. I'm trying not to reference it too harshly. Just taking inspiration from it, but not quite doing one-to-one. That's kind of the loop there, and then harsh lines definitely helps add more flair, I think. Probably have to do something like this, and then, oops, something like that, and then kind of have it come out a little bit like that. As we do have all of this space down here. And then we can kind of have that darker color, or no, this bright color kind of come and wrap around. And then we have that dark bend, right, like this maybe. And then we have that neutral color, which is this color. Bring us home and all into these shades. Something like this maybe. Where this is the separator for the two. Like that. And then this is more dark color, and then we'd have to go and get rid of some of his shirt. Oh boy. Maybe something like this. And then all of this is down here. To kind of show off maybe the robe bits. And then definitely shows off less of the shirt though. Just a little disappointing. Maybe we can do something more akin to this then. Show off. Hey, look, there's a little bit of lighting back here. So we can keep his shirt. Kind of goes around like that, oops. Like that-ish, kind of, sort of. I think that works out. I am liking it. Definitely feels a lot better than this, but a lot harder. I'm definitely glad we went with the t-shirt first. So some of that, and then get the shirt. I think that works out. And then I think this is fine, all of this. Maybe we can add some dark areas. For example, maybe this can be a little bit darker. Maybe this can be a little bit darker. Oops. Some of these areas can be a little bit on the darker side. Like that. Perhaps kind of helps with the shading. If anything, we might have to do a smidge of anti-aliasing. So instead, it's maybe something like that, possibly, to help it not be so harsh. I don't think it's doing what I want it to do. So in that case, we can just do, oops, this. Like that, I think. It's a little bit darker, but not quite too dark. These can also kind of be a little bit darker down there. This and this, oops, that and that. All of this can kind of be a little bit darker underneath the medallion. And then we can also have this be a little bit darker. Maybe these two down here. No! Maybe that can come down a little bit. I think that looks pretty alright. I'm thinking maybe we can add some highlights, possibly. And also add that dark part to his shirt. Let's see. Shading of it. Darker. A little bit darker than that. It's a little bit too warm. Maybe something like, oops. Like that, I think, can help. Maybe something a little bit darker. To show off the... I definitely don't think we can show off the dark aspects of his shirt. And that looks like skin when we do it like that. I'm definitely not going for skin. Skin colored shirt. We can do something like this, maybe. Just to show off the shadow. And then I think we're all good. I definitely think maybe we can bring one of these guys up to show off some sort of fabric change, so it's not all the same. Like maybe it can be smoothed out just a smidge, and then like that, maybe. And then all this can come down. That looks a little bit too big. So maybe just a small skip over. Like that. Oops. Like that can help add a little bit of variation. Maybe even something like that instead. Show off it's uneven. It's not completely straight, I think. And then bum bum bum. I think that's good. We just need to have a lighter color for the skin. Or I mean, not a lighter color. Darker color. Let's see. Skin tone wise, I think this is too pink. Maybe make it a little bit tannish. Tannish. A little bit more tannish. That maybe. Move a little bit back more to pink, but we don't want pink. Like that's pink. That's just white. So maybe a little bit more red. Maybe a little bit more like that. I think that's a good color. I'll go ahead and add that. And go ahead and add that. And in saying that, his bracer. You definitely need it to be more brighter so you can tell. Maybe it's a little darker, like that-ish. And then I think that works. And then bum bum bum. I think it's fine. I think maybe we probably need a shade color for the skin. Move it down here. Probably something like this. Oops. Like that. Kinda sorta. You've been going at it today. Do you draw this much every weekend? Welcome to stream! And no, I really need to draw more often. It's almost been 4 hours. But not that much. It's only one drawing too, but I appreciate it. Welcome to stream, Dr. Tumor? That's an interesting name. But I try to draw often, but I find myself too busy with editing and stuff. So it's a thing of, man, I need to draw, so I do drawing streams to help me make sure I'm consistently drawing. Indeed. Gotta get those reps up. definitely always gotta try to get better. I'm seeing if I add more arm here. That's a little bit too much muscle. Let's go back on that. Maybe we can add a little bit more muscle here. And do this. A little muscle, not too much muscle. Like that, I think. Kind of helps. A little bit more noble, I think. Add that. And maybe some of that. Oops. So it shows off that his hand's kind of covered in something. And then we need a darker color. Here. Like that, maybe. I want it to be warm. And the red's kind of nice, so maybe we can do this for his face outline? We'll see. The skin outline. If I go ahead and do uncontinuous. Like that. Does that help? Yeah, kinda, sorta. I definitely think it adds to the head, and I think, yeah, I think that works. The hand outline doesn't need to be inside, so I think we're good on that. I think overall, nice, it's working. Just need a little bit more additions, and then I think we'll be good to go. For example, the shirt color, darker, brighter, a little this, a little that. Let's see. Some of this, maybe a little darker. Here, here. To show off this is the shirt line, and that is the rest of the line. Definitely don't want it to look like banding. So you can see about maybe making that a little bit better on the eyes to look at. And then, dun-dun, I think that works out. Like the shirt isn't what we're looking at. We're looking at the cloak. I think the cloak works. And then, dun 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 dun, I think that's good to go. Maybe we can add a dark color here to show off the shadow. Overall, I think that's the cloak done. Oh. And I'm definitely liking it a lot more than what we initially started with. I feel like it feels more cloaky. And what is this? 48 by 32? 32x 48. And since we have like 15-ish more minutes, let's... Oh, hold on. Like maybe something like that a little bit. Let's try adding a face onto him. I think that'd be fun. We'll get rid of or move the scarf man. His services are no longer needed. They were greatly appreciated. But I think that definitely helped trying to figure out underline. I'll move this over here. And we have that 32 guy. I'll just, oops. I guess that helps for adding stuff, but I think we can add that beard and everything. And do that. I want to work on a face. Let me go ahead and cut, new and paste, and wrap this all up by seeing if we can add a face onto him. I think that'd be fun. Let's go ahead and take that and make sure it's brown. I think run for the beard, maybe even a little bit lighter to show off that it's brown and it doesn't blend in with everything. We just need a color that works, as it kind of blends in with the red, right? Yeah, it blends in with the red, I'd say. Or maybe a bit of a paler brown. That way you can stop looking like a cowboy. So many cowboys who have big, big beards. Maybe there's a few. Maybe... brown's gonna make it a little bit hard. Maybe we can do blue? Or a different color. Just to set it apart. Maybe something more akin to... This is a little tricky with the Valius. Well, I mean, there's a green background, so maybe... how can we do this? Maybe something a little bit more tannish? Maybe more blondish might work in our favor a little bit more. Yeah, I think maybe a blonde beard might be a little bit better. Yeah, okay. Let's do that then. So we can go ahead and take that fine mustache we have on him. I think we're gonna have to change the color though. Maybe a bit brighter. And make sure grayscale. I think that works. We have that part and then this part, oops. This part that comes out from the mouth. And then it's beard. Let's choose a different color. Beard kind of comes up from up here. And the rest of this is kind of just beard. Well, if this is kind of beard, we can go ahead and just round this out from the rest of his face. I don't like that. It's just beard. Like that, maybe. Definitely looks like more beard, which is good. Definitely haven't drawn facial hair quite yet, so it's still new. He's gonna need ears. Go ahead and add that ear. He doesn't really need a neck. Who needs a neck nowadays? Let's just add an ear. Like that. And then now that hair kind of gotta be a little bit more yellowish. We can move this over to yellow. And then let me scroll down a little bit so I can see more of his head. And let me go ahead and chop this up. Make it a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm looking at a little bit more in depth. We would have some hair up here, right? Kind of maybe up here. Like all of that. And then like maybe some of that can come into play. Kind of going up and over, right? And then he has that ponytail going into the back. So braided hair. That's why I think Viking. Usually it's a braided hair look. How long have I been drawing? Today or in general, do you mean? A very important distinction. Today, almost 4 hours. Wrapping up now. That's why we're not doing clothing anymore. I just want to see if I can add a face on this guy. Pixelart, about a year. Well, it'll be 2 years soon. Soon it will have been around 2 years. If you mean people pixel art. About a month. A month or so I just started drawing up again for people. It kind of depends on the specifics. Not too long, but enough. Let's see, your general throughout my life? I've been drawing for a very long time then. It started with digital art to regular digital art. Regular digital art, but I kind of gave up on that, at least for now, to do pixel art, as I have been drawing for so long I got frustrated with the thought of, I've been drawing for this long, but I haven't seen much improvement. So how can I improve? Since my improvement's not working. And that led me to this pixel art. So long enough, at least I'd say, I mean I've been drawing since like kindergarten, so long indeed. Look at those eyes. Oh man. I have been drawing for a good old hot second. I like it. I don't know about that color red. I think maybe blue would fit him better. But general throughout, yeah. And I have to go with just a few years. A few years, I say. Years. At least a decade. Something like this. And now he needs an outline for his body. But, let's just do... Well, this is an outline already. Yeah, the drawing for... Oh, you're talking about the eyes. Maybe we can do this. That looks a little bit better. Right. I think the eyes are what makes it weird. That would make it really weird. But I am liking this. Maybe we can just do a little bit of this. Oops. Like that. Maybe make it a little bit rounder. Curve the head a little bit. And then we definitely need a bit of a chin. And then he has that mustache. And he has that bit of a goatee. Maybe we can even make it a little bit smaller. Oops. Like that, I think? What do you think? Yeah, I think that helps. I do kind of like adding the little blush. I think it's nice. And then I think that might be it. Some of that, maybe. He definitely had a lot of forehead. So let's add that back. Add back the forehead. We need to raise the head a little bit. Like that. Maybe something like that. And then, dun, dun, dun. I think that works. It's just about that outline where I feel like the top of his head not match his body, right? Maybe let's just do an outline and then see about the overall outline that we can add. This will be outlined here, 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 here. And then all this would be outline. I think that definitely fits a little bit better. Let's see if we can change that outline a little bit to help it not feel so different. Whereas kind of front hair needs to be a little bit darker. We can go ahead and add that. That's in the back. We can go ahead and add that as well. Kind of. Tip it down so it's not too noticeable. And I think this can kind of come down a little bit. And then we definitely are taking some liberties. Maybe some of that. And then dun, dun, dun. I only think maybe his head is a little bit too big. But I think it's fine. Let's see. And then maybe we can push his head in one. Like here? I think a little bit, and then maybe that. I think that's a little better. Let me copy. And then undo, undo, and paste. Right, I feel like the little head makes it a little bit better. And then we can kind of erase and maybe add this here. Maybe add this around down here. Like that. Zoom in a little bit. And then I think that works. Kind of has the eyes, but we need the eyes to be a different color now. Let's see, maybe do gray eyes. No, that definitely doesn't fit. I think the outline is what needs to change. It needs to be like a darker red. Like this. And then all that can be that color to help set it apart from the rest of the body. Yeah, I'm definitely not too sure about the head part, but everything else is good to go. Definitely will need to set some time aside to do other stuff, but overall, let's see. Color mode, grayscale. You can definitely tell what's going on. That's the important part here. And I'm out of coffee, unfortunately. I am out. Let's get some water and undo color mode. We can play around with the mouth size, maybe. Mouth size. There we go. Is it bold of you to assume you have a career in digital art then? I'd love to. I haven't ever sold anything before, but I'd love to start making stuff to the point where it would be sellable. But I hope to have a career. Right now, though, it's just been mostly seeing how far, what practice I need to do. As that's what this is, or at least this stream is, just practicing my knowledge and trying to further it. I think it's working. I definitely feel like I've improved since starting this stream. Even just this single stream I think has been helpful. I kind of like the beard the way it was. Let's keep it the way it was. Where was it? Yeah, I do like that mustache. Just wondering, is there a way we can add that mustache back in? I don't know. Yeah, it's safe to say I am hoping to begin a career. I have made a game with Pixelart, but aside from that, it hasn't been like, I mean, this can be for free. And that's what this has been. I've been enjoying it tons. Let's see, I'm just trying to see about highlights on his mouth. Like maybe if we do this and then yeah. Maybe some of that. maybe because this is in the bright light, maybe some of this. Oops. Kind of helps show off that it is cheek still. And I think for now, this works out. What do you think? And in that case, maybe we can move his head up a little bit. Change a few other things. Like maybe make it a little bit rounder up here. We can add maybe we can add to the side of his head being or so like that. In that case, I think a little bit less roundness as it's scattered, right? So maybe a little bit darker. Kind of thinking just flat plain. But I don't know, I kind of like it being a little bit more hair on his head. I do like it, I think. I just think his head might be a little bit too wide. I think that's my current issue. If we... Yeah, that's a little bit better, right? It's a little bit better. Erase that, add that in. Then kind of add that from underneath his ear. We can even maybe make his ear a little bit taller. Maybe even add... No, I think that stays. Maybe we can kind of do this. And then we can get rid of the blush, unfortunately. Maybe this can come in a little bit. Move ear to left. What do you think? Just finished moving it over to the right, but I'll try. And welcome back, Fullbar. You mean one over this way? Or even more to the left? You can definitely move it back this way if that's what you're saying. Trying to figure out the overall feel. Yeah, not the whole head, just the ear, yeah. Oh! Hold on. You mean like this? It's not too bad. Not too shabby. I think that works, thank you. Maybe like that. As if all the beard is one color. It might look something like this. I definitely think it kind of shows off cheekbones doing it like this. And then kind of shows off less of that here. Definitely weird or interesting how changing a few things kind of changes the whole part of the Viking. More about the feeling, exactly. More about the feeling. What can we add for more feeling? I agree wholeheartedly. Oops. There, I think. Yeah, we just need that light color for his mustache. I think would help. Maybe we can add a nose. We don't add a nose. I think maybe here? No, I think the mouth is good. I think this is good. Oh, no. Yeah. Well, I think for what I set out to do, I think it was accomplished. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's just do a quick recap then. So this is... Pardon me, and I definitely think this one feels better. Just the without any face or details, and I 100% think that's just because I lack hair options right now, but getting there. For now, though, that's the finished. This is the actual finished. Let me go ahead and merge all of these guys together. We didn't get to the big one as we didn't have enough time, but I think overall it worked out in the end. So this is... what's this? Hold on. Ah, I see. That was my other attempt. Okay, I'll just get rid of this one. Delete. So you do art on the side now? You definitely show that you care and are passionate about all your projects, at least. Your YouTube channels and your game projects are very expressive of that, at least. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very passionate. I am. I'm glad it shows. I would like to get better, or at least get to a level I'm comfortable with to do a career out of it. Right now, this is definitely more on the side at the moment. Beautiful, thank you. I'm glad you like it. So, let's see. Viking man. And that's the sketch. And then this is all the Pokemon people, so we can merge. Oop, not flatten. Hold on now. Alright. So, We started off with doing t-shirt man, little guys, medium guys, big guy, figured out the jeans and the t-shirt, did all of that stuff. And then we ended it off with the Viking man. Hold on, there we go. So, little still, got bigger. Still don't know about this one, but don't look at that one. Look at this one, pay attention to that one. And there we are. I definitely think I've learned a lot since starting this stream, and I will be happy to continue to learn. It's always fun. Same, you like how passionate you are, hoping your Pixelart journey goes well. Thank you, I appreciate it, and I'm hoping so too. I definitely think I'm growing compared to when I started this channel up last year. So, saying that, next stream, or not next stream, oh, I died again. Hold on. Oh, there we go, I'm back. Tomorrow, we'll be playing Undertale, doing some voice acting for game dev stuff to practice some voice acting, if you will. Tune into that, and then after that, we'll do some programming on Sunday for my game. And in saying that, thank you for coming to the stream, thank you for listening and tuning in, and I hope to see you all soon. Have a good afternoon or evening or good night, and I hope your art, if you do art, or whatever you do like doing, goes well. Alrighty then, bye-bye. It's always a button. Can never figure out. That was a question that I'm more than happy to answer. Yep, I do have a Discord. I was about to click end. The Discord should show up there. Okay, now early goodbye. I'm dying again. Oh boy. And if it doesn't show up, hold on. I can definitely send out the Discord. Yep, we do a lot of stuff. You're on YouTube though, so if you go underneath my channel, you should be able to see it, but here's a Discord invite for anyone who's interested. I'll send it there, and I'll send it here. Okay, now I go for real. Bye-bye. Again. See you soon.